Hello and welcome to the Eureka City Council meeting held tonight, July 18th. Nice to see everyone here. Looking forward to some robust conversations tonight. And with that, let's start with the roll call, please.
Councilmember Castellano.
Here.
Councilmember Moulton.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer. Yes, done. Councilmember Contreras Deloach.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer. Councilmember Bauer, are you present? Can he hear?
Doesn't appear that he can hear us.
Councilmember Bauer,
Yes,
are you present?
I am.
And Mayor Burgell.
Here. And would all those who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And is there a report out of closed session, City Attorney Luna?
Good evening, Mayor. No, there is no report out of closed session tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And for all who have come to the public hearing, that is going to be continued till August 1st. So public hearing, the appeal of revocation will be continued to our August 1st meeting at the request of the appellant. And so next we will have our proclamations. And our first proclamation will be with Councilmember Castellano.
Thank you. And this proclamation is for Disability Pride Month. And I know there are a few folks here to receive that proclamation. So if you'd like, you can come up to the podium there, though you're not obligated to. And thanks for being here. This proclamation is in recognition of Disability Pride Month, July 2023. Whereas July is the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, which was passed by the U.S. Congress on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities. And whereas the ADA prevents discrimination based on disability, requires that employers provide reasonable accommodations, is designed so that public accommodations meet accessibility requirements, and is recognized as one of the most important civil rights laws in history. And whereas disability is an important part of the normal human diversity, and whereas disability pride enables people with disabilities to redefine unique and shared experiences as points of self-worth, serves as a tool to tackle structural challenges, bias, and discrimination, and reshapes false negative perceptions of individuals with disabilities as people with value, talents, and significance. And whereas the disability rights movement has a long history in California, nationally, and internationally, and whereas Disability Pride Month is recognized and celebrated in many other cities, including San Francisco, Denver, Milwaukee, and Brighton, and whereas Eureka's second annual Disability Pride Festival is scheduled for July 22nd, 2023, and whereas within the city of Eureka, many organizations support and provide advocacy for persons with all different kinds of disabilities as an expression of our commitment to inclusivity and to honoring the needs of every person. And now, therefore, I, Leslie Castellano, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the Eureka City Council, hereby proclaim that the month of July 2023 as Disability Pride Month in Eureka. And if you want to say anything, you're definitely welcome to, please.
Well, just thank you to the council for acknowledging this important event. We really appreciate all your efforts to to support inclusivity in all aspects of our community life, and we really hope that folks take advantage of the opportunity to join us for the fair coming on later this month. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to read our next proclamation because I'm super excited and I'm so grateful for our city staff and all the things that they do for our city. And I think it's important to acknowledge when people are doing good things for our city. It's a positive thing. So this proclamation is in recognition of gratitude to Eureka City staff, July events 2023. Whereas the city of Eureka cherishes and supports the vibrant cultural events that bring our community together, and whereas such events are essential components of our city's identity, fostering a sense of unity, joy, and creativity, and whereas the success of these beloved events would not be possible without the unwavering dedication, commitment, and support of numerous individuals and departments, and whereas the Eureka Police Department has worked tirelessly to ensure the safety and security of event attendees, providing a reassuring presence while effectively managing crowd control, traffic flow, and emergency response. And whereas the Humboldt Bay Fire Department has consistently exhibited exceptional skills and dedication, promptly responding to any incidents, ensuring the well-being and safety of event participants and visitors. And whereas the public works staff has played an integral role in the smooth execution of these events, diligently setting up and maintaining the necessary infrastructure, including road closures, stages, lighting, and other critical facilities. And whereas the economic development staff has showcased their unwavering commitment to supporting the local arts and culture scene by consistently promoting, fostering, and organizing these events, attracting visitors, and enhancing the economic vitality of our community. And whereas the community service staff supported each event with their commitment to making Old Town a beautiful space and enhancing our beautiful space to conduct events, as well as the safe execution of fireworks over Humboldt Bay. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kim Burgell, on behalf of the City Council and the grateful citizens of our city of Eureka, do hereby proclaim our sincere gratitude and deepest appreciation to the employees of all the above departments for their invaluable contributions to the success of the Thursday night concert series, Friday night market, Arts Alive, 4th of July festival, who made these events safe, enjoyable, and memorable for all who attended. So we appreciate you. And who wants to come up and receive this proclamation? We got two chiefs here? Just one. Well, come on up, Chief Jarvis. So if you see our staff members out working in the community, please say hi and please say thank you. They do so many great things in the community. Next up is our mayor's reports and announcements. And the only announcement I really have is there's a lot of other things happening. We've got Get Out and Play Day. You can find that on the city's website. That's coming up at the end of the month. I'll be doing the Family Olympics, which is always a great time. It'll be great to see community members out actually having fun and enjoying themselves. That's always a wonderful part of being in community. So carrying on from there, we will move on to presentations and invite up Amy Jester from the Redwood Core Hub. Hi, Amy. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. How's my sound?
Good.
Good? Okay, sounds good. If you can put it on slide mode. Yeah, we're live with the slide deck. Well, thank you so much, council members and staff, for the opportunity to be here with all of you today. I'm Amy Jester with the Redwood Region Climate and Community Resilience Hub, which is based at the Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild Rivers Community Foundation. And I'm here to give you a brief update and report out on the work that we've been doing, primarily on the Offshore Wind Community Benefits Network. But I'm going to cover a little bit of the purpose of the Core Hub and some of the other work that we do as well, so you can have a little bit more context for that. And of course, when you step away, the clicker is no longer working. So next slide, please. So just a little brief orientation on the Core Hub. The Core Hub was actually started less than 2 years ago, so it's a new effort. And the purpose and mission of Core Hub is to support and work with and convene and provide technical assistance resources to the many amazing innovators in this region that are working hard on decarbonizing. So as you can see up on the slide here, our purpose and mission is really to support this amazing Redwood region in becoming the first proven rural and tribal area in the United States to be carbon sequestering. And again, we have amazing talent, organizations and agencies that are working hard to do that here all the time. And the Core Hub's role there is to provide community education and outreach, technical assistance, as I'd shared before, and to really bring an equity and justice lens to that work so that we can move forward into our decarbonized and resilient future with equity at the center. Oh, it worked that time. Maybe it's me. So the work that the Core Hub does is primarily takes place in 3 different areas. We convene a tribal climate resilience network that works on a variety of issues related to climate resilience, not just offshore wind. Also, we are working with community partners to develop a technical assistance network that also focuses on all elements of climate resilience in addition to offshore wind. And then the third scope of work that we do is the Offshore Wind Community Benefits Network. And there are a couple of subcommittees or working groups that are part of that effort, including a tribal working group and a working group that's focused on a community benefit strategy for the wind terminal project here at the port. When we're thinking about offshore wind, we really look at all aspects of the offshore wind industry cluster, if you will. And that includes, of course, the offshore wind farms, but also includes port development, as I'd noted before, as well as transmission and so offshore transmission and onshore upgrades that are going to be needed to support offshore wind development, as well as adjacent or ancillary development. So that's going to be environmental adaptation and mitigation, infrastructure, supply chain, stuff like that we need to factor in and develop here as part of the industry moving forward, and to think about as a community and do planning around as the industry moves forward. The Core Hub's work really on offshore wind really focuses on the items that you see before you here: information sharing and exchange, so that we can support leaders that are working to shape how offshore wind happens here in a mutually informed way. Coordination and collaboration across different government agencies, governments, organizations, doing a lot of policy advocacy work, providing funding for leaders, organizations, tribal governments, other government agencies to engage in offshore wind and shaping what that looks like here, and then convening the Community Benefits Network. One of the things that's important to know about the Community Benefits Network is that it's comprised of over 45 different government agencies, organizations, community groups, tribal nations that are really working together, again, to shape how offshore wind happens in this place. Offshore wind is huge. It's huge for the country, it's huge for the world, and it's huge for this region. And so this group has come together to really imagine what might offshore wind look like here in a way that changes how we've done development here in the past, that really helps our region to get out of the harmful cycles of boom and bust natural resource extraction that we've known for so long, and really support this place and this industry to do things differently in a way that will help this place to thrive for generations to come. So members do a few different things through their membership. They support and also participate directly in evolving the community benefit priorities that are set by the group. They also participate in advancing those priorities through a number of measures, including advocacy, engaging and participating in community education, acting as ambassadors for the work that the network is doing, committing to a coalition-based approach to community benefits agreements, which I'm going to talk more about in just a moment, and many other activities that they may be involved in, including media education and more, and of course participating in our different meetings and processes. So actually, I think we've covered a lot of these things here. So as I'd noted before, a piece of what it is that we're working on is developing community benefits agreements. And that's for offshore developers, RWE and CIP or Vineyard Wind, the organizations that are developing offshore wind farms. But it's also with Proudly Wind Services for the port project, and will also be for developers for transmission and other community benefit agreements that may be beneficial to this place. So a community benefit agreement is really, it's a legally binding agreement between a developer and a community or set of community entities that outline specific operational commitments and funding commitments that a developer will make to communities in order to garner support for their project. And on the flip side, the signatories from a community that are participating in a community benefit agreement are also making some level of commitment to supporting a project. Some of what makes a community benefit agreement successful is that there's a well-rounded and diverse coalition that's engaged in moving it forward. That there are clear and measurable outcomes, and that the agreement is legally enforceable and it's binding. One of the things that we've had the good fortune of learning about is how community benefit agreement processes on the East Coast have gone. And one of the things that folks that have been working on on East Coast community benefit agreements have identified, or community benefit strategies have identified, is that they wish that they would have gotten more into legally binding agreements that have firm commitments and accountability mechanisms in place. So we're working to learn from what's happening elsewhere, particularly with offshore wind and community commitments, and doing what we can to evolve those practices here on the North Coast. So some of the priorities that the network has identified include a series of funds, a North Coast Community Benefits Fund that would support ongoing leadership and engagement of this community in offshore wind, including leveraging those resources to bring in federal and state funding to support local engagement in planning for and leadership around offshore wind development. It includes a tribal capacity fund, as well as an environmental research and monitoring fund. So those are some, financial commitments that the group is moving forward with all three of the currently known developers. In addition to that, some of the operational commitments include supporting tribal sovereignty, leadership, and economic enterprise, a community steering committee that will continue to engage in offshore wind and provide community leadership and partnership over the course of the end life of the offshore wind industry here, an adaptive management committee and process that'll be really focused on including local experts from tribal nations, from various scientific organizations, from Cal Poly, and some of the state and federal agency representatives as well, to ensure that we're moving forward with offshore wind in a way that is where we're learning as we go and adapting along the way as we better understand the environmental impacts of the industry. Of course, we are strongly committed to equity-based workforce strategy, training, and supports. And given our community's history with missing and murdered Indigenous people and the close alignment of large-scale energy development and other natural resource development around the United States, the network is very committed to working with local leaders and agencies, developers, and the state to ensure that we're moving forward with offshore wind in a way that includes protections so that we don't exacerbate the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people here as part of that project. We advocate for climate resilient development, which includes electrification of our communities. Of course, we know that there's a lot that's needed to upgrade our grid infrastructure here, as well as a zero emission wind terminal. So that's been a big thing that our group has been advocating for with Crowley Wind Services, as well as the Harbor District. And there are a number of infrastructure investments that the group is also working to include in community benefits agreements with the developers. Just a few more pieces here. Of course, environmental and cultural stewardship and reciprocity is a big one. As I noted before, there's a lot that we're learning about the impacts of offshore wind. And of course, there's also a lot of expertise here to lend to how to move forward in a way that ensures environmental stewardship as the industry develops, advocating for data transparency, thinking about planning for and investing in decommissioning upfront rather than waiting toward the end of the project, and then protections for fisheries. So that is my overview for all of you on the priorities of the Community Benefit Network. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have, but also welcome any follow-up, either one-on-one or otherwise. Have really appreciated the opportunities to talk with some of you about the work that the network is doing, and look forward to continuing to be in conversation with the city as we move forward. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Amy. And just so that we're clear on this is a presentation.
That's correct.
So
there's
will
not an
have
ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could, if you wanted to ask questions, we could do a future agenda item if that's something you're interested in doing later. So thanks so much for your presentation and being here.
Thanks so much for your time.
All right. Moving on to the consent calendar. I haven't had anything brought to my attention to pull. Anyone?
To the chair, I think it's public comment.
Is before that?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. How could I forget public comment? Silly me. All right, so our next item is, thank you, Councilmember Castellano. Our next item is public comment. And I just want to read one more time, just one more time, our decorum statement and how we would hope people would behave in a public meeting. Public comments shall be limited to topics that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. The City Council supports the public's right to voice opinions and disagreement and encourages civil discourse on matters of public importance. Personal attacks or statements of racist, hateful, or bigoted nature are strongly discouraged. The public does not have a right to make obscene, defamatory, fraudulent, or threatening statements, or to make statements that incite violence or criminal conduct. These categories of speech are not protected by the First Amendment and are not allowed by or at City Council meetings. Pursuant to Government Code 54957.95, the presiding officer may cause a person or persons to be removed for disrupting the meeting as follows. Prior to removal, the presiding officer or designee will warn the person or persons that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and their failure to cease the behavior may, this is long, isn't it? Yeah, it's really a bummer. We have to read this every meeting, I'll tell you. Result in removal, unless the behavior entails a use of force or a true threat, in which case no warning is necessary prior to removal. So if the disruption does not cease after the meeting, the presiding officer shall request that the sergeant-at-arms remove the person or persons from the chambers so that public business may resume. That's why we're here, public business. Under limited circumstances, removal of all persons in attendance may be necessary. If this is the case, members of the press are allowed to stay in the meeting. So with that, we will open it up for public comment.
Don't worry. Not gonna do what everybody thinks I'm gonna do. Flip out, man.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr.
I'd like
Harrison.
to thank the mayor and the city council of Eureka for all the good things they've done in Eureka, as well as the city manager. I mean, the syringe exchange that hands out endless needles is just awesome. I think every drug addict should be handed out a box of 100 so they have plenty to drop in our environment. Calling a syringe exchange that was caught selling drugs to the community, well, that's just awesome. Good things. I love it. When I go to the Bayshore Mall and there's a panhandler at every stoplight begging for money, it makes me feel so safe. I love driving to Eureka. It really makes me practice up on my driving skills when I have to watch out for drug addicts playing leapfrog or have to dodge drug addicts or laying on the sidewalk in broad daylight next to the road. I love it when I drive to Eureka and see drug addicts talking to the sidewalk with no one around them. Such good things you've done for our community. I think it's probably a good thing that you don't list the needle count of these groups that clean up homeless camps. That might make the people dropping the needles feel bad. They should be able to drop their needles wherever they want without any consequences, and I'm glad you have let them do that. Not giving them any responsibility whatsoever is such a good direction for the city. You should all be given awards. Oh, wait a minute. I think Butt Porker already gave you a golden plunger for turning the city into a sewer. I think it's just great that you hired people from out of the area and paid them $90,000 to do an audit on the Eureka Police Department instead of using that money to help the department. I mean, it would probably just be a waste of taxpayer dollars if we put bicycle cops in Old Town to deter crime. As far as your sexualized drag queen shows, I think every school should have a drag queen twerking their ass in a child's face. That would be so lovely, just lovely. And last but not least, just the fact that you refuse to listen to anybody willing to come to the council meetings and speak out shows your true leadership. I think you should ignore the public and build homeless housing and get rid of all the parking in Old Town and the rest of Eureka. After all, everyone should be riding bicycles and learn how to carry groceries on them.
Thank you, James. So we aren't going to be doing clapping. You can use these. It helps, it makes people uncomfortable at times when people are clapping and that stuff. Thank you.
My name is Charles Wilson. Last month I noticed for the whole month a strange flag on the county flagpole below the American flag and the California Republic flag. To me, it indicates political support for child mutilation and the elimination of women's right to privacy. I want equal rights, and I want to have my flag flown up there someday. Public hysteria and propaganda is not new. We've had the Chinese expulsion. We had the Lusitania munition ship sinking, the American-Japanese concentration camps, Bridie Murphy, therapist, doing her bit about her thing there, the McCarthy House Un-Americans Committee, the homosexual announcements, and the psychiatrist said everybody's born homosexual, that kind of stuff. We had the McMartin child molestation case where they had 250 children. They were flying over to Las Vegas to molest them. And we had the yellow ribbon murders down in Georgia. We had the green monkey thing about where AIDS came from, and then they started using green monkey kidneys in polio vaccine development, all that kind of stuff. Now we got this current hysteria with the trans people righteousness. And the thing is, women have a right to privacy. We don't have to have men running into the women's room just because it's a unisex room, in the showers and stuff like that. I've protested down at the courthouse on Fridays 4 to 6 for 4 years now on different issues. And this is one of the, well, anyway, I'll show you this in a minute there. But anyway, one guy said that I shouldn't show my sign because it might offend the trans people. Well, and then they might not be able to argue with me. But anyway, I was offended first, and this is my sign, so you can see what I have. And it's just as good as what the children
Thank you,
are getting in
Mr.
schools.
Wilson. We appreciate you being here. Nice to see you.
So anyway, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Hi,
This
Genevieve.
is hi, Kim. This is Genevieve Wilson. Same old thing. I always talk about beware of the COVID jab because there's another. Everybody say COVID is gone. It's done. No, it's not done. WHO is not done with us. So I still tell people stay away from the universal mRNA jab. I don't call it vaccine. It's not a vaccine. So many people took the jab and they get COVID. They suffer. And I talk to so many people. Some people ask me, why are you doing that? I said, hey, if there's a poison snake on the road, I want to tell you, right? Because I care about people. So I tell people. And then about a week ago, somebody in Costco, I talked to her and she said, get away from me. You're not vaccinated. And then he told somebody, his partner, she said, she is crazy. She is not vaccinated. And I said, I should stay away from you. I might be being shed. But no, I talk to everybody. I mean, God take care of me. I don't worry about it. But I worry about people doesn't know. Government don't tell you what's going on. And excess death. I keep saying that. Keep on with John Campbell YouTube. And then another doctor is Dr. Sanal died. And John Campbell YouTube, she say, we have excessive death in Norway, Denmark, they do study in Florida and even Australia, but we don't do any study. We protest in front of the courthouse. My husband went over there, asked the health department, did you see any excess death? Oh, really? I didn't know anything. Come on. And the funeral home people, maybe advertising. Anyway, one of the funeral have the cheapest one. Cremation, $800, half price. But he say 60 people last month get cremated. Somebody, is that right? Hey, come on. That means 2 people a day. That's a lot of people, right? And now we're still promoting that. And then WHO is going to force us to take it. If you don't take it, you might not get money from the digital money. And just anyway, it's time up. Just stay away from the jab. I know my time. But anyway, people ask me why. I say, love lifted me. Love lifted me. If nothing else would do, love lifted me. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Hello and welcome.
Hello, good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Jenna Katzos, and this is Michelle Cartledge, and we are two of the organizers of the Eureka Street Art Festival, and we are just here tonight to tell you about it. It's coming up, and we want to make sure you're aware so you can participate in all the fun things that are happening. It begins on July 31st and runs the full week until August 5th. Every day, Monday through Friday, we are having art talks, where we're going to be featuring a number of the artists each day so you can hear about their work, their inspiration, and watch them work. And then on Saturday, August 5th, we're having a block party under the Samoa Bridge from 12 to 6. And this is our 6th year of hosting the festival. This year we're focusing on South Broadway and the 101, which is an area of the city that could really use a little bit of color. And we're really excited. We're bringing in international artists, and as always, we reserve half the spots for local folks. So that's it. We just hope that you can get out and check out the murals being painted. We have some rainbow I Like Eureka stickers for you. I'm not sure who can. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Name's Harry Wilcox. I've been in Eureka since 2007, and I've watched the degradation and the downfall of this town. And while I'm looking at possibly being homeless or having to move out of state, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about what has happened to the people of this state, the county, and this city. We curse at each other, we treat each other like crap, and then we set each other on fire? How low can that get? I actually listened and watched people say it was okay to set pedophiles on fire. And I took a lot of crap because I said, it's not okay to set any human being on fire. I was a firefighter for 23 and a half years in the city of New York. Don't you think I've seen burnt bodies of all shapes and forms? Little children burnt, grown adults burnt. It's not pleasant, and it's not a pleasant way to die. Your airway shuts off before your brain does, and you end up suffocating to death besides burning, and you feel cold. I've been burnt personally a lot in my job, and I know burns hurt and take a long time to heal. And I personally will say this, if we had better mental health care in this county, in this city, if we, instead of spending money on 20 murals, put that money into an outpatient clinic for people to go to for mental health and drug addiction, 30 days does nothing. It's just enough time to satisfy the courts in some cases. This stuff wouldn't be happening. I go back to when Hannah was sliced up and killed and disemboweled. And then the same person went a block and a half down and did more. She was released in 24 hours from Semper Virens. That's crazy. That is crazy. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. That's the definition of insanity. We got to start getting a grip on the mental illness problem in this town, or else it's just going to get worse. One of you could be the next one they set on fire or stab or beat. Think about that, because I can't stay here and watch it anymore. If this doesn't square away, I got to get out of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry.
Y'all know who I am.
Welcome, Stephen.
Well, first off, I want to say how much offense I take at you dead naming me like that when I made it very clear what my preferred pronouns were 2 meetings ago. But I'll forgive you for that. Also, it disturbs me that this meeting didn't open with a public censorship of Councilmember Moulton for her use of the term asshole when referring to her constituents. I thought it was especially ironic, considering the fact that that's the first meeting where you felt the need to read a special statement about obscenities and derogatory comments and whatnot. And I feel especially offended. And as a matter of fact, I want to make it clear that right now I'm going to show solidarity with the three council members who associate themselves with anarchy. And I'm going to say, the hell with your silly rules, and I'll say what I damn well please. All right? The fact that she was allowed to call members of the public assholes, and you people have made no comment, no public censorship of that whatsoever, negates everything that you say about obscenity or anything else. And you, and here I am, I'm violating the rule, but I'm attacking you personally. A woman that publicly stated that we should not be offended by grown men smearing makeup across their faces, dressing like sluts, and twerking for little children, had the nerve to call my preferred pronouns an obscenity and threaten to have me escorted out of the building by the police purely for just expressing them. Do you realize how hypocritical you all seem right now? There's millions of people that are watching you. Okay, I mean, you have all spent millions on promoting Eureka, publicizing Eureka. One little skit pointing out your hypocrisy has drawn millions of people's attention to your actions. I think you need to pay attention.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Mayor, for clarity, I just wanted to point out that Councilmember Moulton did apologize at the previous meeting.
Well, it shows her clear disdain and hubris towards us, her constituency. She should actually step down. And she said she felt uncomfortable standing up there or sitting up there. Yeah, then obviously she's not fit to serve. But not being fit to serve doesn't prevent people from serving, right? So I came here 14 years ago, little German immigrant, opened up my own business, loved Eureka, thought I literally came to heaven. I mean, first time I rode my motorcycle up to Humboldt from the San Francisco Bay Area, which I back then declared a hole, and wanted to get the out of there. So I came here and I really fell in love with Eureka, with Northern Humboldt in general. The quirkiness, the beautiful farmers markets, the weather. I love the weather, I love the landscape, I love the architecture, I love the community. And then over the span of the last actually 8 years, by now going on 9, I've seen a downturn and a downfall within Eureka. Eureka, we lost it. Recently, a man got lit up on fire at 3:30 in the broad daylight in front of the co-op between the Mission, where the perpetrator was later arrested, by the way. Another valuable community member that needs to be destigmatized and integrated. Another 50, in that case, 60-year-old house owning, right? According to our, by now, mayor. Talking about incompetence in office. But Eureka has been so mismanaged, and no amount of the famous lipstick on the pig will change that. No kumbaya, no festivals, no murals will, paint over the empty storefronts, the declining businesses, the frustration, the vandalism, the decay, the reputation of Eureka. If you just look at TripAdvisor reviews, if you look at German TripAdvisor reviews, well, Murder Mountain did the trick too, but Eureka is literally internationally known as a cesspool, as a pit. Yeah, and that is something that needs to be addressed, and it can't be just swiped under the rug. As I always said, you might kill the messenger, but the issues persist. And the judge called them the most pressing and imminent issues in this community. By the way, talking about obscenities, this woman over there used obscenities in court in front of a judge, using the F word twice, standing along 101 with a sign saying, those that have no uterus shall shut the bleepeth up. So you have no credibility. Standing in front, live at a court meeting, at a court hearing, where you were admonished for not having served a fraudulent lawsuit. Yeah, you got to grin all day long you want. You said fuck twice. So fuck you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. So passionate. We appreciate you being here. Welcome.
I've been attending your council meetings for over 5 years, and I've listened to all the public commenters. Many of the commenters have begged council members to clean up our city over and over again. All of this has gone on deaf ears. Our city has become a cesspool. Drive through the business districts, look at the gates across the entries. Look at the vacant businesses. Look at the broken windows and graffiti. How can any of you be proud of your city? You have a great grant writer. Why aren't you doing something to help the business districts? They barely survived COVID. There was minimal help from the city. It is my belief, and many others too, that you do not want us to have a flourishing and revitalized business district. This is reflected in your plan to take many of the parking lots from the businesses and convert them to low-income housing. There are many multifamily complexes that are boarded up and could be remodeled and refurbished to house low-income tenants. Why not get grants to do this rather than building on the business district parking area? Many of the older complexes are near shopping and within walking distance of all facilities. Our local neighbors, Fortuna, Ferndale, Scotia, Trinidad, have not allowed their community to be destroyed. It is your policies that are allowing crime and homelessness to destroy our city. Many of our council members do not put their hand on their hearts during the Pledge of Allegiance. Several members have been called out recently for anarchism and not believing in capitalism. Honestly, I don't know why you ran for office. Was it to destroy our city? We live in the greatest country in modern civilization, and we are so lucky to have freedom and opportunity, yet many of you want socialism. I would suggest if you do not like it here, then go to the country that represents your way of thinking. Look at the immigrants crossing our border in Texas to escape the terrors of socialism and communism on a daily basis. God bless America.
Hi, thank you so much. It's been a while since I've been here. I wonder if you guys have on file from the clerk the affidavits that have been filed for fraud and for conspiracy to defraud the United States. I mean, there's some pretty big ones. Crimes against humanity. It's like you're all so surprised about what's going on, but you just need to look around the world. And a lot of people are discovering what our government is. We're your government. You work for us. We're not supposed to come here and you tell us how it's going to be. So I apologize for not being here more often. I've talked with you before. You're very smug and arrogant. You know, all of you guys are. Obviously, everyone that's spoken here is displeased with how you're handling our town. So I'm trying to figure out, maybe your oath isn't legitimate, and that's why this seems like a charade when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, and then some of you won't say under God, but our government is for religious and moral people. It always was. And we're the government. So maybe your oaths that aren't at the county and the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's, maybe we don't know where they are, but maybe that's why it seems like you guys are imposters. And it's our job to check them. So I know Pamela Powell has had emails with Linda Casera, who the sheriff sold her property on the courthouse steps. And maybe you're unaware, but the Institute for Justice is suing the Board of Supervisors. And I know you guys have a lot of lawsuits. And I just want us to work together. It would be nice if you could listen to us and care about what we want. I've been here since 1990. I was 18 years old when I moved to Humboldt County from the south side of Chicago. And people didn't vaccinate here, and they breastfed their kids, and it was a really neat town to be in. And the last 3 years, the propaganda that has come out from the media, who just puts out everything you guys want, we've been censored, lied about, shunned. I've been fired, arrested, assaulted. Your policies are turning us into San Francisco. Nobody wants the offshore wind here. The world runs on diesel. You want to reduce us to a zero carbon footprint? You want to be Charles Schwab and Bill Gates here? This you guys are ruling us like you're tyrants. That's not how it's supposed to be. We're the people. We matter. The lawyer here is totally unlawful and illegal. You're either constitutional, you either have an oath or you don't. You either represent us or you don't. We don't have to wait to elect you out. We can have a grand jury and get rid of all of you like that. We only need 13 people. and 25. And we'll get it. We're tired of it. It's a joke. Central casting here.
Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Hi,
Hey
Ash.
there. How's it going, folks? Hope everyone's doing well today. Just wanted to do a little flashback to last meeting. Since it is Disability Month, something came to mind that I've said it multiple times in front of the council that I live with multiple sclerosis. And Katie did make a comment about my prepared speeches. I wanted to let you know that I do have like memory issues from that. So thanks for that. But anyways, on to this week here. Had a recent interview with Kenya Casey, who bravely opened up about her journey of recovery following a domestic violence situation. The observations she made during her time in the social services and other nonprofit organizations, what she refers to as the nonprofit mafia. It's concerning to say the least. One of these issues Kenya raised was the presence of discriminatory hiring practices, like something to do with the Jefferson Center and Heidi Benzanelli. Like, I guess she hires people out to contractors and stuff. Furthermore, Kenya expressed her concern about recovery clients being hired to crawl under houses and clean up needles. And this should be a critical concern for anybody who supports the local needle exchange, because I'd imagine that's where all the needles under the houses are coming from. To me, the interconnection between all this seems disturbing. The affiliation between groups and the fact that some people who support programs causing the problem of the needle litter might also be affiliated with drafting the recovery clients into the cleanup of the problem. So that raises the question of whether these operations are being funded by tax dollars at both ends. Kind of concerning. Exploitive practices such as these only perpetuate cycles of victimization and hinder the healing process. It's our responsibility to provide genuine opportunities for growth and empowerment. But anyways, if anybody involved in any of this would like to, weigh in on what they know about this problem, I'd just like to offer an open invitation for interviews with Lost Coast Populace. So you can come and check out our website, lostcoastpopulace.com, and thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Is there anyone else in the audience that wanted to speak tonight? Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Dukes, and I have lived here since 1979. I live right on H Street. I walk at least 5 miles every day. I think I have walked every street in Eureka and most of the alleys, including down by the co-op and the rescue mission. There is no place I have ever been accosted. I have walked past the businesses of some of the people who are so concerned about Eureka. I have never been accosted. I am greeted almost invariably with smiles, with, "Hi, how are you?" Might be because I smile and ask them how they're doing. I serve on the Energy Committee. I serve in a number of different nonprofits and work in my retirement trying desperately to make this a better place. I would encourage some of the people who are so concerned about the cesspool, about how awful Eureka is, get out and do something to make it better. If you smile to people that you meet, if you say thank you to a city worker, see a city truck, wave to them, say thank you. And especially thank you to you for being willing to serve. It can't be fun. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Deborah. Hello and welcome.
I just wanted to say I like Eureka. I really love living here. I've lived here for the past 9 years, and I'm really grateful to live in this wonderful place. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else from the audience care to speak? Seeing none, we'll bring it over to Zoom, and it looks like we have Althea.
You want to try again?
Are you with us?
Althea, can you hear us? I'll try the next one. Phone number and go ahead, Althea.
Yep, sorry, I'm struggling to unmute on my phone. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay. So I do just want to acknowledge that, you know, even though you are elected officials, you do still have freedom of speech. So, you know, and I honestly admire your restraint in not calling people names more often. So, you know, kudos to you. I do want to make a couple corrections to some of the things that have been stated in the meeting so far today. One, the syringe exchange program, Hacker, had their city permit revoked almost 3 years ago now. So I don't know why people are still blaming the city council for that problem when it was a problem before Hacker existed. It was a problem during Hacker, and it has remained a problem even though Hacker has moved out of the city of Eureka. As far as the issue of trans people, as a woman, I have never been, you know, accosted or harmed or threatened or made uncomfortable by a transgender person. I have been harassed and threatened and made uncomfortable by a lot of straight cis men. So why those straight cis men are now out there trying to act like they're the heroes when they're actually the greatest threat to women, I don't know. You know, one of the previous commenters said, you know, if you don't like it here, why don't you leave? Well, I don't know why these people who hate Eureka, who think it's, you know, a terrible place, who think it's a shithole, why are they still here? I don't get it. You know, if their businesses are failing because they've alienated all their customers, I don't know why they're still staying. Anyways, that's all I have for now. I'll talk to you guys again when we get to the agenda items.
Thank you, Althea.
Phone number ending in 5288.
Hello, can you folks hear me? This is Ken Sawatsky.
We can. Welcome, Ken.
Yeah, I'm out in Blue Lake here, and I'm looking at a wonderful little kind of a fawn in my yard. First time I saw it, and your fog is coming over the hill toward Blue Lake. I hate to have to say it, but can't you guys keep that on your side of the hill there? But I do feel sorry for what's happening in Eureka. It's so divisive. The average, you know, as you know, I attend a lot of supervisors meetings today. An average comment on non-agenda items is 3 people, myself usually being one. And for some reason, you seem to be a focal of a whole bunch of negativity, and I don't know why. I don't know how you can fix it, but I like people, you know, to get along. I strongly applaud you're making people feel comfortable to speak, because that's what many of us do. And as long as you're doing that, I think you're moving in the right direction. But unfortunately, it's kind of like, and I have to agree with your ex-city council member, Natalie Arroyo there, and she was referring to a certain part of Eureka, and she referred to it as frickin' ugly. Well, that's not a good thing, and I think there needs to be a lot of work done, but I really don't have a solution for you. If I did, I'd wave a magic wand and things would be all better. I feel that you can agree or not, the only invasive species on the planet is the human race, and I'm always having the back of pets, especially dogs or cats or whatever, and the elderly and the children. There was a wonderful thing in the supervisor, and it definitely affects you folks, because it was the where they come out and do the food for people kind of thing, and that has been one major success over the years, and one of the directors was retiring and was celebrated today in the supervisor chambers. So I strongly support you going with what works. Successful things like that work, and maybe other models can be modeled after what works. And I don't know the fixes, but I do feel sorry for you. You know, I've known Kim for a long time, and Mario, and Scott. I didn't see Scott Bauer at the dais today, but for the rest of you who are new there, I look forward to working with you. I'm easy to get a hold of, and if you have concerns, I'm happy to participate and lend maybe some connections to the county in many ways, because I've been working with them for many years. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on this, and I want to try and end upbeat, and hopefully things will get better. and I think there's room for improvement. I hope you all work toward that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Kent.
Mike Munson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Mike Munson. I've lived in Eureka since 1985. I own 2 businesses in the Old Town area and do live in the city limits. I'm also one of 2 local citizens that's leading a ballot initiative seeking to put a measure on the city ballot to amend our deficient housing plan and develop a better one. Our plan provides alternative locations for consideration for badly needed housing for very low working and middle income families while preserving the vitality of our downtown. The voters should have the authority to decide what is built on those downtown public lots, plus preserve the parking needed to provide for those living, visiting, and working in the downtown area. One of the critical features of the initiative is rezoning the 14-acre site of the former Jacobs Middle School for single and multifamily housing. This site is located adjacent to bus lines, grocery stores, banking services, schools, restaurants, and retail stores. There's also available storefronts nearby that can expand as this project develops. This planned development would provide several hundred housing units. It would bring badly needed funds to local schools and bring families and students nearer to schools and into a safe and healthy environment to raise families. It would fix poorly planned efforts by the city to build on several downtown parking lots, resulting in the loss of 640 parking spaces. In a recent poll conducted by FM3 Research, 57% of the 365 respondents that were registered Eureka voters said that they would vote yes if such a measure was on a future Eureka ballot. 77% of them were in favor of this alternative location over the parking lots. While many business owners and citizens have approached the city and questioned whether this current direction is in the best interest of the ongoing vitality of the downtown, it is clear that the city really isn't interested in looking at changing the general plan. And as you know, the city is in litigation over its plan to develop the parking lots at 5th and D and 6th and L. Moving forward with this contract and awarding that this evening on those 2 locations, I think puts the city at significant risk. We believe there's a better solution out there, and we're asking the voters of Eureka to join us in changing the direction to better serve our community's future needs. And that's really all I have to say. You guys know what's going on out there, and I appreciate you guys taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. Do you see anyone else, Jan?
Jessica?
Hello.
Hi, Jessica. Welcome.
Thank you. So it's a pretty big disappointment to see some of our council members making a point about not saluting our flag, but that's okay. I mean, at least that's a glimpse into showing where you guys stand. We know our councilman Mario admitted his affiliations with Anarchy, being an author and organizer for Humboldt Grassroots, an anarchist publication and organization that endorses violent behaviors. I'd personally like to hear a little more about Leslie and Katie's affiliations with the group. We already know that Leslie's Ink People Executive Director and is housed as their own dream maker, Humboldt Grassroots. I'd like to know why she's willing to have the Ink People associate and house a violent organization. I've had some back and forth with Katie Moulton on her social media recently, to which the communication dropped abruptly when I asked her if she was an anarchist as well. But we already know that Katie put together a children's book that was published by Humboldt Grassroots, and that she not only attends their anarchist book fairs, but she helps in the children's section at those book fairs. And to that public commenter who said that she walks an alleyway about the mission and has no trouble at all and has never been assaulted, can you please think for a second how harmful that is to the victims that have been subjected to violence? Do you know our assault statistics? Do you know our rape statistics in Eureka? Eureka has a 96% worse crime rate than everywhere in the country per capita. 76% higher violent crime. Rape is more than double the national average. Robbery is more than 3 times the national average. Perhaps these victims just should have smiled, though. Are you kidding me? Yeah. You know, it's not a surprise to hear these things, though. And I wonder what these public speakers' agendas are, honestly. I mean, one example from the last council meeting, there were a couple speakers who stood up to sing the city's praises. I thought it was sarcasm. I was literally waiting for a punchline, but there wasn't one. I was baffled. Later found out that these people that spoke up are part of a local company, Humboldt Recology, let's just put it out there, who in that very meeting, their company was voted on by the council to receive more money. Pretty interesting how that works. Okay. And just to end this, I'll read a post from somebody online just from a couple days ago. I was heading home from Eureka about a half hour ago. I live in the Bayside area, decided to walk on the waterfront trail near Shoreline RV Park, was accosted by a tall guy wearing all black hair who appeared to be in his 20s. He kept trying to grab me, wouldn't leave me alone. This guy became increasingly aggressive. I hurried back and headed to the car. He followed me, tried to prevent me from getting into my vehicle, but by the grace of God, or whatever you believe in, I was able to get away from him. Last time I walk on the waterfront trail alone, even if I decide to go back. Okay, somebody commented, I too had an incident such as yours, except I had my 2 grandchildren with me. Let's just say I don't walk on the boardwalk or trails any longer. Maybe next time they should smile. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Do you see anybody else, Shannon?
Seeing none.
Seeing none. Anybody left in the audience that would like to comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it to consent calendar. As I was saying earlier, nothing has been pulled. Does anybody have anything to be pulled? Can I get a motion to approve it?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Bauer?
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to legislative action correspondence. Does anyone have any legislative action? No? Okay, great. Ordinances and resolutions. H1 Clark Annex Property Surplus with Senior Planner Castellano.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm actually presenting this one, and Senior Planner Castellano will present the next one.
Oh, okay. I got them confused. Thank you, Director Kenyon.
Okay, so the city of Eureka is proposing to, let me get this out of the way, declare the city-owned parcel containing the Clark Historical Museum Annex as surplus land under the California Surplus Land Act. Here's where the property is located. It's right inside the coastal zone, which is that blue line on the map. It's on the west side of East Street between 3rd and Opera Alley. It's 3,145 square feet in size, and it's developed with the annex. It has a land use designation of core retail commercial and is zoned waterfront commercial. It was built in 1979, and it's attached to the north side of the museum and designed to house the Clark's large local Native American collections. The city has leased the property to the Clark Historical Museum for decades, but now wishes to transfer ownership and maintenance responsibilities to the museum. Since the city first put this matter on the Planning Commission's agenda in March, city staff has met with representatives of the Clark Historical Museum, and the museum board has voted in favor of the city moving ahead with the surplus process, and now Planning Commission has also voted to recommend that we surplus. So I just wanted to take a brief moment to try to explain the Surplus Land Act requirements placed on local governments. The Surplus Land Act is a right of first refusal law requiring local agencies to offer surplus land for lease or sale for affordable housing and or recreational or open space purposes before selling or leasing the land for other purposes. So unless land qualifies as exempt surplus land, the local agency must provide a written notice of availability of the property for development of low and moderate income housing to a list of housing sponsors kept by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Entities interested in purchasing or leasing the surplus land for affordable housing then have 60 days to notify the local agency of their interest. And if interest is received, then the local agency must negotiate in good faith with the interested entity for a period of not less than 90 days. And if agreement is reached, the local agency must sell or lease the land for affordable housing. But if the land meets an exemption, or no one responds to the notice availability, or if the local agency does not agree to a price and terms with an interested entity during the negotiation period, then the land can be sold or leased for other purposes. And then separately, land in the coastal zone must follow that same process, but to make the land available for open space purposes. So in this case, the Clark Annex property actually meets one of the exemptions from the affordable housing provisions because it's so small, and the plan is to potentially sell or lease it to the adjacent property owner. So it doesn't need to be noticed for affordable housing purposes. But it is in the coastal zone, so it needs to first be noticed for open space purposes. So if the council finds the property is not required for city use and declares the property surplus, the city is required to first notice the availability of the land for open space purposes, and notice must be sent to the State Resource Agency and to any applicable city or county park or recreation department and regional park authority. If no one responds to the notice within 60 days, or if the city does not agree to a price or terms with an interested entity during a subsequent 90-day good faith negotiation period, then the city can dispose of the property to the Clark Historical Museum for the community benefit. And ultimately, it will be up to the city council to negotiate the terms and determine what best serves the interests of the community at that point. So as discussed in the agenda summary, staff believes the necessary findings can be made to surplus the land, and the recommendation is to adopt a resolution finding the surplus is exempt from CEQA and declaring the Clark Annex property surplus land.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Fernandez?
I'm just curious about the exemptions. If you could go back.
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you. If you could go back and explain the exemptions one more time, please.
Okay, so
because I'm assuming there's more than one exemption, but this one meets that.
Correct. There's a list of exemptions in the Surplus Land Act, and if you qualify for any of them, then you don't have to put it up for affordable housing. And the one that it qualifies for is based on the fact that it's less than 5,000 square feet in size, and that the plan is to sell or lease it to the adjacent property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this up for public comment. Is anyone here to comment on this item? Doesn't look like anybody in the audience, but I see Althea.
Althea, can you? Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to make a completely tongue-in-cheek suggestion. This is not serious. I don't think this is a good idea. I would not like to see this. I'm going to make a completely tongue-in-cheek suggestion that we don't declare it surplus and that we bulldoze it and the museum so that we can have more parking lots in Old Town, because who needs museums? Again, I'm being completely sarcastic. Please don't do this. I love the museum. I especially love the annex, and I hope it continues to serve the Clark Museum well.
Thank you, Althea. And I can't read the phone number.
Phone number ending in 5288.
Hello, Ken Sawatsky. So is there a structure on this parcel? And you're going to go ahead, this is a question for you or your staff as far as clarification. And instead of bulldozing, if there's any land available at all that's not encumbered, I always like to see pocket parks or anything like that. So if there's a portion of that parcel, and I couldn't tell by the picture for sure, in front of the structure that appears to be there, it's a 5,000 square foot parcel, that the front section not be used for parking, but it be a small little park there for the people who go there. I strongly support the Clark Museum. I remember many years ago when I was in elementary school, which is many years ago, we went and had a tour of the museum. And I always support history, and I support learning from history and maintaining history. And so anyway, that's just my thought regarding this particular thing. I have no problem having to go to the Clark Museum, but if you do have a caveat where you can say any vacant portion is turned into a small little park, that would be great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. I'm not seeing anybody, are you?
I am not.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back to council for a motion and a vote. Councilmember Castellano?
Just want to appreciate staff for reaching out to the board and staff of the Clark Museum and having really great conversation about this. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for the Clark Museum. And to the member of the public's question, there is not room for a pocket park at that location, but I do also appreciate your enthusiasm for pocket parks. For some reason, my agenda just failed on my iPad. I'm sorry. Would you mind bringing up the motion again, just so I can see it?
No problem.
Oh, wait, there it is. I'm going to move to adopt a resolution of the City Council finding the surplus by the City of Eureka of the Clark Annex property is exempt from CEQA and declaring the Clark Annex property surplus land.
Second.
Please vote.
Councilmember Bauer?
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you. And our next item, H2, carriage property surplus, and that is with Senior Planner Castellano.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Caitlin Castellano, Senior Planner, will be presenting tonight. So the City of Eureka is proposing to declare a city-owned vacant parcel as surplus land under the California Surplus Land Act because the city has received interest in developing the vacant parcel with a mixed-use development, including business offices. So the property is located in the north portion of the city near the central waterfront in the coastal zone. The coastal zone boundary is delineated in blue. The parcel, known as the carriage property, is located on the northwest corner of 1st and C Streets. It is south of Fisherman's Terminal and Jack's Seafood and Parking Lot. The parcel is 0.1 acres in size, which is about 6,970 square feet. It is vacant. It has a land use designation of core waterfront commercial and is zoned waterfront commercial. In 2007, a lot line adjustment created the parcel's current configuration. It was previously shaped like a triangle, and a local coastal program amendment, aka an LCP amendment, rectified zoning and general plan land use designation inconsistencies for this parcel and several around it. The LCP amendment changed the land use designation from core coastal dependent industrial to core waterfront commercial, and this was to be consistent with its existing waterfront commercial zoning designation. This LCP amendment was also to facilitate the City of Eureka C Street projects, which included 4 proposed redevelopment projects, which were described in your background section of your agenda summary. 2 of those 4 projects were completed and 2 were not, and one of which utilized the subject property. And it was not completed, though, because a subsequent and separate coastal development permit was required at the time to be submitted by the applicants, who did not submit that. And the applicants were the Old Town Carriage Company. So that's how the property got its namesake. So here's a Google Street View from 1st Street and C Street looking northwest, Waterfront Drive, C Street. Here, Kristen already explained this process, so I'm not going to go into detail again about the diagram like she did, But unlike the Clark Museum parcel, the carriage property does not qualify for an exemption from the affordable housing provisions. So the land must be made available for affordable housing. And also, just like the Clark Museum parcel, it is in the coastal zone, so it must be noticed for open space purposes. So therefore, similar to what Kristen explained, Director Kenyon, in the Clark Annex surplus property presentation, once the city declares the property surplus, the city is required to notice the availability for affordable housing and open space purposes for 60 days. If no one responds or an agreement is not met in a good faith negotiation period for 90 days, the city has the discretion to sell or lease to the entity of the city's choosing. Ultimately, again, it will be up to council to negotiate those terms for what best serves the community. And the Surplus Land Act process is a necessary step in allowing someone other than the city to develop and use this long, vacant, underutilized infill parcel, which is in the city's core commercial central waterfront area. Once a specific project is identified, a subsequent coastal development permit and a use permit, if a conditional or minor use is proposed, as well as design review and an environmental document, will be required. I also want to clarify that given the site is located in the waterfront commercial zone under the city's certified LCP, that's the local coastal program, housing is only allowed above the ground floor in this zone. So any affordable housing would need to be part of a mixed use project containing a permitted ground floor use, such as a coastal dependent, coastal related, visitor serving, or public or commercial recreational use, which are all prioritized in the CW zone, waterfront commercial zone. So as discussed in the agenda summary, we believe that the necessary findings can be made to surplus the land. And the Planning Commission also voted unanimously with one member absent on July 10th to surplus the land. The resolution is included as attachment 2. Therefore, staff recommends that you adopt a resolution finding the surplus by the city of Eureka of the carriage property is exempt from CEQA and declaring the carriage property surplus land. I'm available for questions, and there's a suggested motion on the next one, but I can stop screen sharing for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I can't see Councilmember Bauer. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Not at this time. Councilmember Moulton.
I just want to point out or clarify or make sure that sight line going down C Street is still to the side of this property, because we're talking about developing that lot, but it looks like I saw the sight line on your map there. I know folks will be concerned about that, putting a building there on the sort of open part of the waterfront, but that sight line down C Street does remain intact, yes?
Yeah, just making sure that's not blocking that view shed.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It would be all inside.
And no, I'm just surprised somebody wants to develop offices downtown when there's so many empty offices, but interest is interest, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Any? Councilmember Castellano?
This is just kind of a curiosity, so I appreciate that we're doing this and that someone wants to develop there, and that we're following the legal public process around this. Could you just tell me what happens, let's say when we put it, make it available, someone else in addition to the person who wants to develop it, puts in an offer or expresses interest. What's the next step after that we would take? I was just kind of curious.
Well, if staff believed it was going to be a benefit to the community, we would bring it forward to the city council for ultimate approval and negotiations.
Thanks. Okay. Seeing no further questions, we'll open this item up for public comment. Does anybody in the audience here to comment on this item? Seeing no one in the audience, do you see anybody on Zoom, Shan?
Phone number ending in 5288.
Ken Sawatsky, I still want my pocket park, and this might be a good place. I don't know. I deal with a lot of things in viewscapes. It's beautiful down in Mexico, waterfront things. And although you do have a viewscape that goes right down C Street, it's probably 60 feet wide or 50 down there. And anytime you can expand that to have an open viewscape, I would hope that you would. I know there's conservancies out there, and I hopefully you could partner up or solicit conservancies. I know they usually do it rural and not downtown, but if you could get somebody to partner up with you to keep that open space, I love to have the critters and the kids have places to play. And like was mentioned before, you have plenty of office buildings downtown that, in my opinion, are being abandoned. And I think if it's within your discretion to go ahead and solicit this for conservancy or something to get that park going. I'm not letting go of that pocket park. I'm going to get one somehow. You just know that. Anyway, thanks for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Swatsky. And Althea?
Yeah, so I just, I like Kent's idea of having kind of a little pocket park. You know, if you have that there on the C Street frontage, that would, you know, extra protect the view shed. I would like to suggest that if, you know, even if it is going to be primarily developed for offices, that you require that developer to put housing above it one way or another. You know, if they want to do 2 stories of 2 floors of offices, that they do 1 floor of housing above it. You know, if they just want to do a 2-story building, then 1 floor of offices, 1 floor of housing. You know, and that way you have somebody there keeping an eye on the building at night. You know, and you know, have kind of a 24-hour presence in the building versus a lot of the buildings downtown that are completely empty after 5 o'clock.
Great. Thank you. Do you see anyone else?
I see no one else.
So seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council for comments or a motion and a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank
to
you.
adopt a resolution of the City Council finding the surplus by the City of Eureka of the carriage property APN 001011021 is exempt from CEQA and declaring the carriage property surplus land.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Okay, H3, award bid number 2023-21 for affordable housing projects on city-owned properties. 2, and this is Public Works Director Brian Gerving. It's not you? Oh, hi.
Development Services Director.
Yes, that's you. Appreciation.
Thanks. Okay.
City Manager Slattery. Thank you.
Director Gerving's the next one.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
the next one. And I'm sorry for the confusion on the last 2.
I appreciate that.
All right, here we go. On April 4th, Council reviewed and approved a draft 2023 RFP package soliciting affordable housing projects on city-owned properties at 5th and D Streets and 6th and L Streets. And tonight, staff recommends council vote to award a preferred proposer. The purpose of the RFP was to identify a developer with interest, resources, and experience to create affordable housing on the city-owned parking lots at 5th and D and 6th and L, referenced as sites City 4 and 5. The city received 3 proposals in response to the RFP by the June 8th deadline. They're attachments 2, 3, and 4 of your agenda summary packet. The city, I said that already, the selection panel met on June 27th to review the 3 proposals based on the evaluation selection criteria described in the RFP. Each panel member provided a completed scoring worksheet, which was tabulated into a scoring matrix and included as attachment 1 to your agenda summary packet. Out of a total of 100 points, Eureka Community Partners had the highest average score with 89.8 points. Humboldt had an average score of 76.2, and Danco had an average of 69 points. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council declare Eureka Community Partners as the preferred proposer. After roundtable discussion with the selection panel members, it was apparent Eureka Community Partners received the highest score because they addressed every RFP scoring criterion, provided evidence of financial capacity, and demonstrated they have significant experience developing affordable housing projects throughout the U.S., with over 100 projects completed in 16 states, totaling over 10,000 units. They also clearly indicated their commitment to working with the community for final design and operating plans. Eureka Community Partners proposed 36 units per site, consisting of 16 one-bedroom, 10 two-bedroom, and 9 three-bedroom units for very low-income households, plus 1 three-bedroom manager's unit. So across the 2 sites, they would be proposing a total of 72 units. This slide and the next slide show preliminary design floor plans and elevations, and the developer has committed to designing developments that embrace a pedestrian-friendly, walkable neighborhood, which encourages multiple forms of transportation, such as bike, EV charging, EV car sharing, and public transportation. And they indicated they will seek feedback through the design review process, as well as design charrettes open to community members and stakeholders. So for site City 4, the 5th and D site, they're proposing a 42,600 square foot 5-story building with an outdoor courtyard, 10 parking spaces along the alley, 12 long-term and 6 short-term bicycle parking spaces, and a ground floor 2,500 square foot childcare facility, other residential amenity or commercial space, for a total building height of 60.5 feet with a 3.23 floor area ratio. And this is the Downtown West Zone District, where the maximum height is 80 feet and the maximum floor area ratio is 6. For City Site 5, Eureka Community Partners proposed a 42,000 square foot 5-story building with an outdoor courtyard, 20 parking spaces reserved for City Hall, and 12 long-term and 6 short-term bicycle parking spaces for a total building height of 65.5 feet with a 3.18 floor area ratio. And in the Downtown Zone District, the maximum height is 100 feet and the maximum floor area ratio is 6. No commercial space was provided due to the requirement to provide parking for City Hall. So who will this affordable housing serve? HCD just published new income thresholds for 2023, which indicate that the median income in Humboldt County for a 4-person household is $83,800. This means a household of 4 earning $65,950 per year is defined as low income. And a 4-person family earning $41,250 per year is defined as very low income. I know I made around that when I started as a planner with a master's degree. So these are working class salaries, and these units are for working class families who will be required to have a job and pay rent. This currently proposed project will help the city meet the housing element goal of building 330 units on city-owned properties by 2028 that are affordable to low-income and very low-income families. 70 of the 72 proposed units would be deed-restricted affordable, so that's 21% of our 330 unit goal. And if you add Link's 90 units, Link Housing for their 3 sites, we'd be at 48% of our goal, which is those 2 projects. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution declaring Eureka Community Partners the preferred proposer of bid number 2023-21, finding the project to develop affordable housing at sites City 4 and City 5 exempt from CEQA, and authorizing the city manager to proceed with a memorandum of agreement. And then upon approval by the city council, the city manager will enter into the MOA, which will establish the general tasks to be undertaken by the developer and the city during the terms of this agreement, and the procedures and standards for the negotiation by the city and developer for a future disposition and development agreement. which will be brought back to council for approval at a later date if an agreement satisfying to both parties is obtained and a completion schedule can be provided. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, and I believe Eureka Community Partners representatives are also with us via Zoom tonight if there's specific questions for them as well.
Thank you so much. Do we have any Councilmember Castellano?
So many questions. I'll just start off with one, and I apologize, I did not give you a complete list of questions prior to the meeting. I'm wondering if you could share with us about the Wiyot Tribe Dishkama Humboldt project. Just, we got an overview of the Brinshore, and I would love just for the public and the rest of council to get that overview as well.
Sure, yeah, it's included in the agenda summary on the second page of the staff report. They are proposing 41 units on the 5th and D site, composed of 14 one-bedroom, 16 two-bedroom, 6 three-bedroom, and 5 4-bedroom units. And they're proposing a mix of incomes, and including 15 that are 30 to 50%, so that's very low, 10 low, and 16 moderate. And then on 6 and L, they're proposing 52 units. So if you add those two up, they're proposing 93 units in total. On the 6 and L site, the 52 units would be composed of 24 studios, 21 bedrooms, and 8 two-bedroom units. And again, it's a mix of affordability, 15 very low, 11 low, and 26 moderate. And that development site, they intended to serve independent elders.
Thank you. One more question. I was just curious how the scoring metrics were created for the that were used to assess the overall projects.
They were developed by staff and then approved by council when council approved the RFP. And do you want me to go over them, or?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. There was 5 points for the cover letter. There was 25 points for developers' qualifications and capacity, with A through J of things under that. And then 40 points for understanding and conceptual site plans. And there's a bunch of sub-points under that. And then 25 points for schedule, budget, and management plan. And then 5 points for some other miscellaneous requirements.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have questions? Councilmember Fernandez.
So I know you walked us through a little earlier about the process for surplus property, and so help educate me on this, because I'm coming from the school board, where I understand our process is to at least make that right of first refusal to governmental agencies, starting with the state and then local governments. And so I'm curious if that was something that we did here at the start for these two parcels, or if that's something that we overlooked.
I'll take that one. So yes, we've gone through the surplus property process for this. It's different than what you're familiar with with Eureka City Schools. There's a state requirement that was amended in 2020, and that's what we've been following since then. So when we updated the housing element, we went through a process then. We also went through a surplus property for these properties as well. And this was a part of that RFP that goes out as a part of that state requirement. There is an opportunity that we can negotiate directly with folks who are willing to do affordable housing, which we're looking to do with the Earth Center and potentially the Sunset properties as well.
So is there a reason we didn't reach out to any of the tribes or other local governments to go that route?
We did. We worked with the Wiyot for years on this. This was in their plan.
So I don't know. That's why I have to ask.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it was a good year to two of working with them, and ended up getting to the RFP process at that time. That information was provided to them that we could go and negotiate directly if that was the chosen path, but it didn't get there. But I believe that the WEOT were working on this well before we had even surplused it, mainly the 6th and L property here, because I know that that was a plan of theirs for at least a year.
Actually, are you Councilmember Bauer?
Thank you. I think a couple of questions were just answered. I do have a question about process, really. I know there was an RFP committee. How many members serve on the committee, and what are their backgrounds? I don't need names or anything. Just curious as to who was involved in this selection process.
Sure. Yeah, there was 10 people on the selection committee. 5 were city staff, and then 5 were members of the community. 1 was a developer. 1 was a member of a regional government agency. 1 was a local environmental advocate, activist. 1 works for a transit authority, and 1 is a local business manager who has background in affordable housing development.
And just a second part to that, is that kind of a typical, diversity of a committee like this? With Link Housing, do we have a similar sort of committee?
We did. It was similar to this. We actually reached out to couple of the folks that were on that previous RFP, and they weren't available, and so we moved to another group. I don't believe we had 10. I think we had 5 or 6, I believe, on that process, but it was staff as well as members of the community.
All right, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood something earlier in response to Councilmember Fernandez's question. I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. Are you saying that this was brought to the local governments, including the tribe, initially, but they declined or weren't? It didn't follow through at that moment? I'm just trying to understand.
That would be a question for them. I don't know if the timing was bad or the timing was right, but these discussions definitely happened over that year, maybe even longer than that, about where we were at in this process and where we were going. Part of, I think, the timing that messed it up was when we went through the update. We were discussing this prior to the housing element update and prior to the exchange of properties with Pearson Property. So that could have had something to do with the delay. We ended up going through that process. It delayed it about 6 months or so, and then we needed to re-up our housing element and get that approved. And so I don't know if the timing had something to do with it, but we definitely had discussions for a long period of time.
Just a quick follow-up. How does that process work? Is that like a email or a phone call, or how does that process work?
I think it was just that clearly a lot of the community is well aware of what we're doing, and there was a lot of discussion in the public about what we were doing, and so clearly the WEOT knew that we were looking at different properties. We were reached out to by them. We were reached out by Cal Poly. We were reached out by Humboldt Transit Authority. We were reached out by rural communities. We were reached out by even Link. So they knew that other properties were coming up, and so that's where these relationships were formed, because they knew that this was going to eventually go through a process to where we're looking to develop affordable housing.
I apologize. One more follow-up, because this is kind of this process is new for me. Is that a formality? Is it a tradition or a formality that you have this discussion? And is there any kind of codified way that this communication is supposed to take place?
Well, it's confusing because prior to 2020, when we dealt with Link, these updates to the surplus property, and we didn't follow these guidelines as we are now, because that was prior to that update. We followed a different process that was more based on our housing element and what we were required to do as a part of our housing element. I think that this because it was so public, it wasn't just the we out. We reached out by Danco. We reached out by a bunch of different developers to discuss different properties that were associated with their housing element. Obviously, that got delayed because 5th and H, 5th and K, and 4th and G were swapped. We had people that were very interested in 5th and H and 4th and G, and those developers that were interested in that, obviously, when they went off the table, no longer were discussing it with us.
And I do see Tribal Chairman Hernandez in the audience if someone wants to speak to your question. Thank you, Ms. Vassal.
I actually brought for council some paperwork to share with you. Yes, please. We came here tonight to really request that the city deny staff recommendations and accept our proposal from Humboldt. One of the issues I think that you guys are kind of hinting around right now at, which is discussed in the letter that you'll get in a minute, has to do with tribal sovereignty and refers to the right of American Indians to govern themselves. The U.S. Constitution recognizes Indian tribes as distinct governments, and they have the same powers as federal and state governments to regulate their own internal affairs. In the staff report, city staff state that city staff recommends considering other sites where cities can partner, or the city can partner with Humboldt on affordable housing in the future. This language reflects a paternalistic approach to working with tribes, the idea that the city knows best rather than to consider the application that's in front of the city for which the tribal council has approved and authorized, and the city council should take an alternative approach without tribal consultation, tribal proposal, or tribal consent. It also represents a false dichotomy that if the city council rejects a proposal and then another partnership can develop, when in fact the city can choose to accept this proposal and additionally a different proposal we could work together on something else in the future. The key here is tribal consultation is formal and it's two-way. It's government to government and dialogue between official representatives of tribes and agencies, and to discuss with each other on equal terms what the agency makes decision on those proposals. So, I think the element that we're talking about that was missing here was that government-to-government relationship and that discussion being on, equal footing with the two governments, as opposed to like random community conversations that were going on, which is true. They were going on, and we've been working on this project for more than 2 years. And have spent a considerable amount of time in the community going to, street fairs and farmers markets and doing the legwork in this community about what this community needs. And so, that to us has been, we've been working on that. And the city manager is correct that we were kind of derailed by the switching around of the properties, and we actually developed two proposals, one for the original sites, and then had to make a new proposal for these sites. So we're in this for the long haul. We're as a tribal government, we've been building housing in this community since time immemorial, and I think that should be considered. You want to add a few words?
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. So like Michelle says, it's all about the government-to-government relationships. And, we have created a strong government-to-government relationship with the city of Eureka. And I want to continue to grow that. But I think we all need to be educated about tribal sovereignty because we are our own federal government. We don't answer to the state. We don't answer to the federal. We are our own government that we govern ourselves. And we are in the Constitution to have the government-to-government consultations. There's a lot of things that we need to be worked on as a governments. I'm not saying our tribal government is perfect. I'm not saying the city council government is perfect, but we need to work together to make things happen. And like Michelle said, this is We Out Land. We've been taking care of our people since time immemorial. And as I always say in my openings, that I always welcome everybody here into We Out territory. If you live here, you're a part of us. So we're here to take care of everybody, not just the We Out people, but everybody that lives in our community. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, this community will never heal. And I heard a lot tonight about healing. It's all about taking care of the community and healing all together. So I'm going to hand it to my secretary, Marnie Atkins, to see if she has any few words as well.
Hot wat lo rate nuk Marnie Atkins, Yil sulatalak yil wiat, Jarujiji dadadali. My name is Marnie Atkins. I'm a wiat person. I'm a sulatalak person. I'm from what is now known as Eureka, Jarujiji, where we are now. I've been listening, and I think what happened is sometime in 2020, some plans changed that maybe we weren't necessarily made aware of. But the fact is that surplus land is first right of refusal for other government agencies, whether it's an agency of our tribe, our tribal government, or the tribal government itself, right? That's the first right of refusal. So somewhere along the way, maybe with these plan changes, something got missed, and then notification might not have happened in a timely fashion. And I think we have the opportunity to follow whether, I don't know if we need to go back to the 2020 instructions or if we need to move forward with the current instructions, but we need to look at it all. We are local. We're not going anywhere. As far as I know or I understand, the current selection is from out of the area. They've built multiple homes in multiple states, right? So I think that homegrown companies need to be supported. We plan to work with local contractors and construction crews. It's all going to be local, and we've put together the Dishgama Humboldt Community Land Trust attends events where they map out where you can play a board game of how you'd like to see housing developed. So we have a lot of data from the community who participate in this board game that has informed us about this project. We don't, we've listened already. Does that make sense? The current choice will listen later. We've already listened. So we've already heard and started to implement what the community needs and wants to see. So I would encourage, if possible, another look. Or I'd like to know why it's, a solid no. I don't want something like this to pass us by when we have the absolute capacity, both human resources, financial resources, partner resources, and longevity in this community. We've been here since time immemorial. Me personally, I was born here, so anyway. Yeah, we've been here for a long time, and I'd like to see us, take care of each other, take care of our community. So, and I would like to know if you do choose to deny a look or deny our application or, our RFP application. I'd love to know why, so that we can do better again. But I'd also then ask staff really look at the process and procedures to ensure that we have the opportunity to have that first look in the future surplus lands. Thank you.
Thanks, Marnie. So did you get the clarification that you needed?
I did, and I really, really appreciate you coming up to explain this, and it looks like you have more to say, so please continue if you want.
I was just gonna, because Marnie mentioned it, it is in the letter that I've attached, but I wanted to talk a little bit about, our belief that the matrix was biased. According to the staff report, Dishkema Humboldt proposed the largest number of units and had appealing conceptual building designs and an impactful mission, vision, and values description, although Eureka Community Partners ultimately received the highest overall score for the RFP. Dishkema Humboldt's vision of returning Wiyot ancestral lands to Wiyot people is powerful. Why are these objects not quantified in your matrix? Is the question I'd like to ask. And then also to clarify that the policy declares that goals shall include providing opportunities for education, community development, economic diversification, investment in public health, information technology, and infrastructure, renewable energy, water conservation, cultural preservation, or awareness. The application put forward by the Wiyot tribe includes the most comprehensive and competitive opportunities of all the applicants for the community as a whole. And in the RFP, the matrix doesn't really align with what the RFP says. It says, although the most strongly weighted scoring criteria will be the overall number of housing units, mixed-use components such as corner stores, ground level or rooftop bars and restaurants or childcare facility will also be given top priority. There is no evidence in the scoring matrix that these other items have been scored at all. And the Wiyot tribe's response not only meets the required 40 units, but in fact proposes over double that with a total of 93 planned units. 63 of the proposed units will be income restricted to residents making below 60% AMI, and 30 are reserved for residents making about 60% AMI. Furthermore, the Wiyot tribe has included extensive community benefits in this application, such as using deep green building materials to sequester carbon, much needed commercial kitchen space, childcare centers, sidewalk coverings, garden space, bus pass programs, and supportive services. We feel that these additional amenities should be seen as assets in the community and should therefore be thoughtfully considered in comparison to the other responses. Furthermore, the RFP does list out the scoring criteria with points being awarded for selections of the RFP submission. But as seen in the scoring matrix, this allowed incredible amounts of subjectivity, with the wildly fluctuating numbers being reflected in an applicant's scores. This discrepancy in scoring is so vast that the Wiyot tribe received both a perfect score of 25 points according to one reviewer and a score of 5 points in the same category of another reviewer. This clearly points to a subjective scoring process. This form of anonymous scoring without strict guidelines or adherence to policy stated in the RFP can allow for personal relationships and internal bias to impact a project's overall score. Despite including language that prioritize project components, there's no indication in the scoring matrix any projects were given prioritization. While many of the community benefits the Wiyot tribe's application were tailored to meet the city of Eureka's needs, this seems to have no bearing on the scoring of prioritization or projects. The tribe has invested 2 years of active community engagement in the community to meet those needs. Also, the Dishkema Humboldt Community Land Trust has demonstrated experience with similar projects. One of the ways on the matrix that we scored low was on financial capability in the response. And the Wiyot tribe has been building housing since time immemorial. I think I said that in the beginning. In the face of attempted genocide, relocation, termination, boarding schools, the Wiyot people have repeatedly rebuilt. Since the 1990s, the Wiyot tribe has built 41 houses on the reservation through federal HUD funding, a reservation that was purchased and developed by the tribe. We developed roads, sidewalks, street lights, public water, wastewater system. The tribe has also developed multiple commercial structures for which we operate our government operations. We also have rehab housing. We've done tons of housing rehab through other federal awards and provided rental assistance programs. The Wiyot Tribe has successfully completed multiple competitive Indian Community Block Grant Awards over the past 40 years. The most recent completed was in 2018 and 2022. We recently were awarded a $15 million home key grant, which will be providing supportive housing in Eureka specifically. We're in progress of purchasing a 9-unit apartment complex. Those are grants coming from state funds. And don't forget the two-lot project that funded the purchase and environmental cleanup and hazardous waste site that was fully funded and sustained and managed by the tribe over the course of 14 years. The tribe received an award by the EPA for this work. Our partners over the last 7 years, Pacific Builders, have engaged in multiple tribally led housing projects offering supportive services in this community, providing that they are not, proving that they are not only capable of moving through projects similar to this RFP, but also working well with tribal leadership. Last year, Pacific Builders completed 39 houses for the Yurok tribe using LIHTC funding. Also, over the last few years, they built 450 units of low-income transitional housing with Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation. Pacific Builders has a proven ability to complete projects that support the community in the exact way that the RFP seeks to do. In addition, our partners, Travois, have over 28 years of experience working on affordable housing and specifically with LIHTC funding. Their portfolio includes over 210 LIHTC projects across 22 states, Indian Development Block Grants, Capital Management Fund, grants through CDFI Fund of the U.S. Treasury, and Affordable Housing Program grants through the Federal Home Loan Bank. Travois is also known in this community for projects they have completed with local tribes, including the Karuk Housing Development and Tribal Services Expansion Project, and additional Yurok housing projects in conjunction specifically with Pacific Builders for the Yurok Indian Housing Authority. Combined, our partnership has ample experience in similar projects. And I believe what's happening here is that we're comparing completely different things. You're comparing a for-profit a development company from out of the area with a local nonprofit and local local builders and developers. It's not comparable. The language is different. The type of the type of things that we bring to the table are different. And as a matter of fact, I believe that gives us extra or more because we bring federal dollars to the table that other developers wouldn't be able to bring. Dishkama Community Land Trust is a local nonprofit organization who serves Native and non-Native community in a holistic way, including but not limited to providing affordable housing and workforce development. And I think that's another piece that we really need to consider as just being people in this community. I don't know if you have recently seen UCSF did a statewide survey of homelessness, and one of the things they found in their report that was just issued in June is that the ways to how we become homeless is twofold. It's not just about units, it's also about living wage jobs in our community. And that's what our proposal is, really taking that holistic approach to looking at our whole community and developing up our infrastructure locally to develop our own projects that produce these living wage jobs so that we're not only looking for affordable housing, but we actually have the ability to pay living wage jobs to afford housing, if that makes sense. It's on both ends of the spectrum. Anyway, in summary, please consider either denying the staff recommendation or consider looking again at the matrix and deciding how to compare these two projects that are, they're both great, but I think that they're not being judged on the same merit. And so
just to finish this off, because I heard some of your public speaking tonight on how they want to take care of Eureka and make Eureka better. Here's a tribe willing to help make it better with federal funds that we have gotten for ourselves to help the city of Eureka to solve the homeless problems and to solve the housing problem. We're here to help you guys. We are not making a profit out of this, but the companies that you're looking at, they want to make a profit. So we're not making a profit. We're building this so people can have homes and can afford housing. So, I want you to think about that, because some of your public comments were talking about how we weren't doing enough for the housing department out here and, everything. So let's work together and let's make this happen because, like I said previously, we have a great partnership. We work good with the city of Eureka. I want to continue to grow that partnership. But the We Out Tribe is here to help you as well. We have the funding. We're here to help. And we're offering our hands so you guys can get the assistance that you need because we can get the funding and we can do it. So that's my final words.
Thank you for clarifying that. If we have any further questions, we'll have you come back up, but we appreciate you being willing to come on up. Councilmember, I know, but we need to finish this item first and then we will.
Mayor, if I could just make one point here. I do think that given the type of proposal that we're looking at, it would be appropriate to also allow the other proposers to speak as this proposer did. And I just want to also clarify for the council, the process up till now, I think has been decided and has been in compliance with the law. And so your decision tonight is between the three proposers. And while staff has recommended the proposer that scored the highest, you are able to make another decision tonight if another proposer has, in your mind, more appropriate or better for the community option. So you do have that option. Staff recommendation is based on a matrix that we think is appropriate, but in the meantime, I do think it's the right thing to do to allow the other proposers some time as well, please.
I agree with you. We've had a request for a bio break. It feels odd to do that in the middle of a proposal. So we'll do it after, just so you know. Just okay. So who do we have? What? Okay. So do we have one of the other, pardon me? Mr. Bose, would you care to speak about your project?
Director Kenyon is looking.
Okay.
To see.
Failing at finding.
Do you want to look on mine?
And Whitney's on, and she's unmuted. Whitney, do you want to speak?
Sure. This is Whitney Weller with Brinshore Development. I'm a senior vice president and sort of managing what we call Brinshore West. I'm down in the Los Angeles area, and on with me is Emily Ware and Julia Miller from Operating Office, who are also stationed in California and have done a number of projects in the state. I'm just going to be honest, this is a difficult conversation, and we are listening carefully, and we want to be respectful to the process and certainly to the local community and their concerns. We responded to this RFP, as we do dozens a year, and felt like it was a good fit for the type of work that we do and the affordable housing that we have developed throughout the country, primarily focused in the Midwest and now the West Coast. We feel very positive about our proposal. I think we put together a solid response to the specific questions in the proposal and followed the requirements, and were responsive in that manner. And I hope that it came across that while we made a certain proposal, that we understood that this was going to be a process that would be heavily community oriented and would include probably a fairly lengthy community engagement process that we are very familiar with, and really we feel like that's a part of our success in doing the work that we do. While we are a national developer, we can't be, we aren't local to many locations, but we're committed to working locally And that's what we believe really makes our projects and our developments and our company successful, because we bring our experience and our best practices, but what truly makes the project successful is the community involvement and the knowledge, the trust, the vision, the expertise that the local community brings to the table. And we often partner, I mean, more than not, we partner with local organizations, service providers. We work with local consultants, subcontractors, suppliers, contractors. I mean, that was in our proposal as our commitment to the city of Eureka and to the community. And we certainly stand by that, but we also understand and hear from the Wiyot community and tribe that, how they're feeling about the project and what they obviously could bring also to the table. So we very much appreciate the opportunity to have responded and to have been recommended by the selection committee, and certainly for the city council's consideration. I think we will leave it at that, but we're also happy to answer specific questions. But again, certainly respect the conversations that have taken place before our opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you for being here. Do we have one other that needs to speak?
I know that Danco put in a proposal, but I don't know whether or not they have a representative here at the council meeting tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam Rose, who's with Travois, has his hand up.
I can't see. Okay, Adam?
Hi, everyone. Thanks to the council for the opportunity to be here alongside the Wiyot tribe. Just a quick note of clarification on our role. Travois is not the developer. We work alongside our tribal partners as a resource to help in the finance capacity, primarily in the work related to low-income housing tax credits and new markets tax credits. Since 1995, we worked in that capacity on over 200 projects, helping tribes leverage $1 billion worth of equity into Indian country housing, including rehabilitation and new construction. A little bit of background just for the council. I think there's two things to note that are important in the exercise of the tribe and expansion of their sovereignty. Number one is that everyone may be familiar that the housing tax credit program came about under the Reagan administration in 1986. There was not a tribe, even though that this was the biggest resource created for affordable housing development in the country, there was not a tribe that was able to access the housing tax credit program until our work started in 1995, almost 10 years after the program's inception. 1986, the program was adopted and implemented in California, and unfortunately, the story in California is much the same. There wasn't a tribe that had been able to access the housing tax credit program until 2014. At that point, we helped the tribes in the state of California convince TCAC that tribal housing needs are uniquely different. And because of the Native American apportionment, there is a path now that makes that path a little bit more fair and just for access for tribes. But in our role, we're not the developer. We're working alongside our tribal partner to access a resource to continue to grow and to continue to expand their community. We've been successful in that role on helping on over 200 projects, over $1 billion of equity raised. That was clearly outlined in the proposal as well. So we don't fully understand the comments about lack of financial capacity in staff's underwriting. But again, we do believe that the team that's been assembled certainly does have the finance capacity to make this project happen. We won't be the developer. We'll be working alongside the tribe in their capacity to expand and exercise their own sovereignty.
Thank you. And do we have someone from Danco online or in the audience?
It doesn't appear. The only other hand that's up is the 5288.
That's a public comment.
Yeah. So.
So, City Attorney Luna, where shall we go from here?
I don't know. Seems like an appropriate time to take a public comment.
Okay.
Unless there's more questions from the council. Yeah.
So we're good not having the other company here?
Yeah. I mean, this isn't a public hearing. We're going a little off the cuff here, but I think as long as we've heard from the folks that wanted to be heard from, then we're
Thank you.
good to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. And thank you, City Attorney Luna, for suggesting that to give other folks a similar chance to make their case. Can you speak to the right of first refusal to other governments?
Yeah, under the Surplus Land Act, I think what has been referred to here is that under the Act, there is a portion that says that some surplus land is quote unquote exempt surplus land. Exempt meaning that it doesn't have to go through the same noticing that other surplus land has to go through. And one of those exemptions is if you're directly negotiating with another state agency or with a tribe. And so under those circumstances, if you were to negotiate directly with the tribe, it wouldn't require that you notice others about housing or open space or education, unless, of course, as Director Kenyon pointed out, unless it's in the coastal zone, then the open space opportunity still does apply. So all of that being said, we are well beyond the Surplus Land Act portion of this conversation. And so all of this took place, I would say, probably 2 years ago. The negotiating period, the opportunity to work directly with the tribe. I think that what is true here today is that we have fully satisfied the Surplus Land Act requirement long ago. And right now what we're really talking about is who of the three proposers we want to enter into an MOA with.
Okay, fair enough. I have a question, actually, perhaps from our representatives from the tribe. I'm curious about when, if the Wiyot tribe purchases land, develops it, owns it, does that bring it under your governmental jurisdiction? No, it's something you own. Can you just to clarify that just for me? I'm curious how that works government-wise.
So that's complicated.
Yeah, that's what I'm catching.
It depends on how the land is owned. So if the land is owned and the tribe puts it into trust, then it's under our jurisdiction. But that wasn't something that we proposed. That our interest in housing is developing housing in the city of Eureka, for which all of us can benefit. And so it would be still in your jurisdiction, and we've agreed to, in our proposal, to all the requirements that you guys are interested in. So we've already signed that when we submitted our proposal, that we're interested in following your housing element and working within your city jurisdiction. However, with the if we did a land back. Where we chose to do something different, like we were going to put it into trust, then it would be in our jurisdiction. So it's complicated. But in this situation, we're looking to team up with you as the city to mutually work on the issues that are prevalent in our area, which, one part is a lack of housing, but another part is lack of living wage jobs, and developing locally the ability to do these things ourselves, so that we the money that we spend on these things rains back on our community. And so that's really our goal, is to work cooperatively with you guys.
Sure, and I appreciate the broader look at community health. I do have one more question, though, that you can help with, which is you mentioned federal money. Could you clarify what you mean by that specifically?
So tribes are eligible for different funding. As a tribe, we're eligible for both federal funding and state funding, as well as foundation funding. So, and then there's financing. So we just bring an extra element to the table. And that's what we mean by federal funding is we can go directly, like when most projects go through the state funding methods, we can go above the state and go directly with federal funding. So we can actually do both at the same time. So we can blend these what are called capital stacks, or we can blend all these different financing methods. And if you notice what I brought with Travois, kind of shows how there's tribal money, there's state money, and then, financing. And those are all ways in which we plan to finance the development that we're working on.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
Please hold on, because I've got a question for both you and the developer from Brighton, was it? Brinsher. Thank you. Brinsher, yeah. I know that, or at least I think we've talked about it in the past here as council, that affordable housing projects are affordable for a limited amount of time, whether it's 30 years or 50 years. And so I guess I'm unclear if, the one on Brinsher has that same limitation, and whether
So the mission of the Dishkamena Community Land Trust is to maintain affordable housing forever. So, that's what we're in the long haul. We're looking for future generations. And by being a nonprofit, our mission is to really reinvest in that property that's community owned, so that we don't, a lot of what housing has turned into in recent years is very extractive. And part of the process of building affordable housing is actually, setting up the stage and creating the housing crisis that we live in today. And so we're looking at different models, and we're experimenting with different things, including community ownership, so that at the end of our requirement, this stays in affordable housing, because that's our long-term goal, is to really have nice places that people want to live that are affordable in our area.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say one thing. Regardless of who this goes to, we have a requirement by the state, and I believe it's 55 years. So whoever this does go to, there will be a requirement of 55 years that this maintains as affordable for 55 years. And whether it's the property transferred or whether it's land lease, whatever it may be, when we come up with a disposition and development agreement, that 55 years will be in place as a deed restriction on this property, whether it transfers our ownership or whether it's a land lease.
Thank you.
Does Brinsher want to respond to that question at all?
You can ask him.
No, I think it was adequately answered with the 55 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Bauer? No? Okay. Great. So thank you for the clarifications. We'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item? Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. Do you want to introduce yourself?
No. You introduce myself.
Okay. Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. My name is Carrie Tully. This is my daughter, Callie. She's been very, very patient all night and super, super good and quiet for you all. I am the new director of Dishkamena Humboldt Community Land Trust. I'm commenting on this this project that we have brought to you. And just kind of want to, a lot of the things that I have written down here have been said already. I'm going to reiterate some things, but I think maybe just add a little bit more about some of the other things that I've heard from some of the community members, and like the importance to me about my role at Dishgama in this community in regards to this project. So I was drawn to this position at this organization with this tribe because the Wiyot tribe demonstrates how to work together as a community, not with an us versus them mentality, but as a whole and for the benefit of us all. As someone who is constantly striving to heal my own past by helping my community heal, the tribe has truly guided me by showing the incredible ways that they're already working towards doing just that. Dishgama Humboldt is designed to facilitate the return of Wiyot ancestral lands to Wiyot citizens, putting land in trust for the purposes of affordable housing creation, workforce development, and environmental and cultural restoration. We emphasize how land return can restore balance, heal trauma, and provide opportunities to grow as a community. Dishgama has been awarded multiple state-funded grants for affordable housing development projects, and as was noted earlier, we're currently in the design stage of the Jaro Gigi Youth Housing Project, which is a multi-million-dollar project in which we've acquired and will rehab buildings in central Eureka to provide 39 beds for houseless youth. We're also in the process of have applied for or plan to apply for multiple other grants to support new affordable housing projects, as well as build capacity within our own department specifically for them. It's important to note that our development partners, as Travoy has already spoken for themselves, I feel like I don't have to really add anything there, but I'm just going to speed through it. They're well known for engaging in similar projects in this community. Pacific Builders has built multiple tribally led housing projects. Travoy has over 28 years of experience working for affordable housing in Indian country. UXO Architects is located in Arcata and has extensive experience working with community land trusts, nonprofit housing developments, and community servant organizations. Together, our team offers not just the funding and development expertise that's required to develop these sites, but what can only be offered by the Wiyot tribe, a project that can restore balance, heal trauma, and provide opportunities to grow as a community. Not so long ago, when interviewed about the land return of Tuluwat, County Supervisor Natalie Arroyo, then Eureka City Council member, stated, "We're all responsible to do what we can to actively participate in healing. I will be so bold to say that under current conditions, Eureka owns the land, but it was never truly ours." The same holds true for these sites. Tuluwat's return is a historic moment.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
3 minutes
Thank you.
are up. Thank you for being here. Good job, young one.
This is not her first rodeo for sure. So hello, my name is Kristen Crooks. I am the project manager for the Jaro Gigi Youth Housing Project for Dishgama Community Land Trust. And I know that the two areas that everyone was a little bit concerned about when we were going through the scoring was our funding and our developer qualifications. I think you've heard a ton about both of those, but I really want to highlight some of the funding opportunities that are created explicitly for tribes and are only accessible through tribal governments or tribal entities like we are. So one of them is ASIC, which I know the city of Eureka has applied for with Link Housing, has a tribal set aside where they're expressly required to at least fund one tribal project every single NOFA cycle. Our housing is 93 units, which is significantly more competitive, and it also includes a bunch of other community benefits, which you guys have heard, which is super fun. You heard Michelle mention the ICDBG grants, which is a hard thing to say. That one it empowers tribes to address community development needs, including affordable housing projects tailored to their specific cultural and economic requirements. We have tribal HHAP grants. Home Key 3 has specifically released a new tribal NOFA that is only accessible to tribes. It allows for much longer construction terms. It allows for much easier requirements for building. REAP 2.0 has different tribal set-asides, and we already have funding for this project through NDN. We've already gone through and started working on things to get more money. We've already done the community engagement. We are significantly farther along in this process than any other developer will have the chance to be, just because we're in the community and we're boots on the ground doing the work every day. The other thing that I know is in our actual application, we have the Executive Order N1519, which is acknowledging and apologizing for the historic abuse, discrimination, and denial of tribal government's power. This is further supported by the Executive Order B-1011, calling for communication and consultation with California Indian tribes, along with two different sets of legislation, SB 18 and AB 371, which are both specifically geared towards tribal housing and getting funding for tribes to be able to build affordable housing. This just clearly shows how much California wants to work with tribes, how easy it's going to be for us to actually get access to these funds. And you've heard a million other things about our developer qualifications at this point, so I'll just go ahead and leave it at that. Thank you
so much. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rebecca Buckley-Stein, and I'm an attorney with Legal Services of Northern California. I'm here today to support the City of Eureka's plan to properly implement your 2040 housing element plan. Legal Services of Northern California is a law firm that provides free quality legal services that empower the poor to identify and defeat the causes and effects of poverty. In our Eureka office, we are really proud to legally represent homeless community members as they continue to fight for their civil rights. Right now in the city of Eureka, there are hundreds of people who are involuntarily living outside because affordable housing and emergency shelter is not readily available. Right now, there are people who are suffering inhumane living conditions because the rent is too high. And right now, the city of Eureka has the opportunity to abide by its legal requirement to properly implement the housing element plan and build affordable housing. The law related to California's housing element plans is enshrined in our government code, and it specifically states that if the city of Eureka does not implement its housing element plan, the city could suffer litigation and courts trying to force you to do the work that you promised to do. Also, I just wanted to mention that CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, has several specific exemptions for building of affordable housing for low-income folks. And in the city of Eureka's 2040 housing element plan, the city of Eureka promises to build 330 units of deed-restricted affordable housing by 2028. And to achieve that goal, the housing element plan did identify several publicly owned property sites to build affordable housing. And in your plan, you already identified the lots on 5th and D and 6th and L Street. And those were two parcels included as sites for affordable housing. So right now, the city of Eureka must abide by the law and implement your housing element plan by building affordable housing at City Site 4 and 5. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Welcome.
Hawalo, or howdy, in my culture. Council, staff, I've been before you, and as you know, I think I am a resident of Eureka, but in this case, I'm not an enrollee of the Wiyot tribe, but I have the profound privilege to be an employee of the tribe. And I say privilege because the reality is that Michelle Vassell, when we were cooking up this idea for the Dishkama Humboldt Community Land Trust, said, David, I know what we do. You quit your job from the nonprofit that you founded, and you come to work for me and the tribe if you really mean putting yourself under the leadership of the Wiyot tribe. And that was, friends, a gut check moment for me. And so I stand before you as somebody who resigned from the organization that I founded to do this work. And I am so incredibly proud of that and what I have learned from the Wiyot tribe, both council and staff, and that is to be dignified and yet still humble. And so I feel it is my obligation to point out that the Wiyot tribe has been at the very cutting edge of so many things that most of us don't know. So allow me to share with you the fact that the Wiyot tribe was decertified, and Wiyot tribal members sued the federal government. And not only did they get their own recognition back, but tribes across California used that and got certification as well. There is a history of following the leadership of the Wiyot tribe that heals generational trauma. And it heals the land. And by healing the land together, we heal ourselves and each other. Tuluwat, Mayor, I remember the conversations that we had. Mataket, you know the history, right? And those conversations with Cheryl. You know what happened in this community when the city of Eureka genuinely partnered with the Wiyot tribe, and what happened and how incredible it was. Marashawak, the cultural center, Jarajiji. The reality is, folks, that because of how we do what we do, something transformational happens. I want to conclude with this. It is true that we are a nonprofit, and because of that, we have philanthropic money lined up like nobody's business. No other developer can come before you and tell you what we can do, which is free money lined up that we can then build an integrated capital stack. State money, federal, U.S. federal money, and social impact investors. It's all in the packet. We're ready to go. And the last thing that I want to say in my 20 seconds is this, that 55 years. Folks, remember this. In 55 years, somebody will be in your seats. And if a corporate developer gets this site, then that is going to go, as sure as God made little green apples, that's going to become private market rate money. Won't happen with the tribe.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Cobb. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Karen, and I'm an 18-year employee of SN Servicing Corporation, and I'm here today about the building that's proposed for 5th and D. My concern is that there's 32 spaces in that parking lot, and we have 140 people in the building that work pretty much 140 every day. And so we take that parking away and we put that building there. And I'm not against the building. I mean, build it somewhere else a little farther towards the residential area or something. But you put that building there, all those people are going to have vehicles and they're going to park up the whole area. They're going to have friends and relatives that are going to show up and park up the area. So then my coworkers are going to have to walk many more blocks to try and find parking. And in the wintertime, you know, it's in the dark, you know, arrive in the dark, leave in the dark. And my coworkers' safety is a real concern to me because personally, I mean, I have a paid parking spot because Rob has a certain number of parking spots he owns. And so I have one of those because I have seniority. But a lot of the coworkers are, you know, going to be walking a lot of blocks to find parking. And the issue to me is safety. And I'll tell you, because when I was 17, this is in Southern California, I was walking home from work because my car was in the shop, and it's 3 o'clock, sunny day in the afternoon, and I was assaulted walking home, you know, from work. And I worked October 1992 in Pro Sports Center, which is now a Pacific Outfitters, and I had a 3/4 ton Ram van, and I was at a staff meeting around 7 o'clock at night, so I pull out and go home, and halfway home there's a guy that comes out of the back of the van and tells me to pull over. So I did. And as the ignition goes off, I begged for my life, you know, and started crying. And fortunately, he couldn't go through with what he wanted to do, which was to take my van and my purse and get rid of me, because he said, if one of my friends had been here, it would have been different. And so these are memories that you can forget about it for many years, and 40 years later, you'll wake up at 1:30 in the morning and your brain just makes you remember these things. So I don't want any of my coworkers, this is a personal issue to me, any of my coworkers to suffer anything. I want them to be able to park as close to the, you know, the business door to the car door is safest. And I know that doesn't guarantee that you're going to never be assaulted, but please build the building somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you so much
your
for
time.
being here and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Hi there. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mike Murdoch. I live in Eureka, Ward 1. Thank you for your representation, Council Annual. I've been in churches, theaters, and classrooms where they start off with indigenous land acknowledgement, specifically the Wiyot tribe, and specifically the unceded territory that we are all on. And this seems like an excellent opportunity to just not give lip service, but actually do something and award this to the Wiyot tribe rather than a company out of state who, once they finish building, will move on and take their money with them to Chicago or Los Angeles, whatever. Whereas the Wiyot tribe, to me, I mean, it seems evident, has a vested interest in having this project be successful. Anyways, if I had the privilege to be where you are, this would not be a difficult situation. It'd be an easy solution. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there.
Hi there.
My name is
Welcome.
Ashton Ham. I am a local architect and community member. Our office, UXO Architects, is queer and woman-owned worker cooperative, and we've been working with the Wiyot tribe since the beginning of 2021. Over the past 2 years, we've led community engagement efforts here in Humboldt County, and we've received a wide range of feedback, including input about these sites in particular. We supported the RFP response for Dishkama Humboldt, and the feedback shows that the reviewers appreciated our concept design over and above the competition. I think that it shows that we are local and familiar with the sites, and have learned from the community input that we received here last summer. Additionally, we have experience working with large affordable housing projects that have struggled to be competitive for funding. And we're so inspired by the tribe's commitment to creative and open alternative funding methods. I hope that council will consider rejecting the staff's recommendation and allowing a local tribal-led nonprofit community land trust to build capacity and be able to provide much needed housing in the region. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Hi.
Hi there, I'm Solomon Iverta. As a business owner, commercial property owner, and a homeowner within the city of Eureka, I support the proposal by the Wiyot tribe to develop this parcel. Eureka Community Partners is not local despite their misleading name, and one cannot be more local than the Wiyot tribe. I trust the council has taken an in-depth look at all of the proposals, and while staff suggestion is otherwise, fortunately, this is the council's decision on this project, and I trust that the members of the council will make what to me appears an obvious choice. So please select the Wiyot tribe as the preferred partner for this project. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Seeing none, we're going to open up Zoom. Do you see anybody in Zoom?
Phone number ending in 5288.
I can't.
Hello. Some of you were wondering why I was darkening your door this whole meeting, and it was for this purpose. I think you've had wonderful testimony from the local people. I strongly support you basically making a decision contrary to what your staff is recommending. I'm always had a privilege, I felt, with working with Ted Hernandez on a couple of different projects, one being the Terrigen project, which was put down, and there was recently another one coming before the Board of Supervisors regarding a cannabis thing that they objected to. And I also, you know, local business is local business, and I always say shop local, you know, deal with your local people, and you can't have a better partner than working with the Wiyot tribe. I also am quite aware of the history of Pacific Builders. Those are the little Casey brothers. I've tracked and known them in the construction business. I'm also being in their very high regard for them, and that's why they're getting so many recommendations. I hate to have to say it, but on one end of the spectrum, they have this particular company, Pacific Builders and the Casey brothers. On the other end is Danco. I strongly applaud you folks not going through with another one of those projects. And I think it'd just be a wonderful partnership. And for all those reasons and all the ones you've heard, I also I feel that maybe if you are going to make a legal determination on this, that you've satisfied government to government, you actually get an opinion from an outside attorney that is qualified and spends a lot of time in this specific topic. I don't know if I misunderstood, but it doesn't sound like you've actually, during the process, satisfied to its fullest extent the government-to-government consultation. I run into this all the time. So anyway, that's my opinion on this. Please move forward with the We Out Tribes project. I think you've heard from the public, and I think the testimony will support you moving forward in that manner. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Kent.
Ash?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't think I can say anything that hasn't been said before, but keeping things local is, pretty big importance these days, especially when you're dealing with a group that calls themselves the Eureka Partnership Group that's not from Eureka. It seems kind of silly to, go out of area with someone who just comes in and slaps a Eureka label on. But yeah, like that, and just something like I saw with the Arcata housing stuff that's going up is like the whole fractional parking thing. Like a lot of people are complaining about the parking. I maybe, work with the We Out Tribe, but maybe find, a better space for it with, better parking, so we're not having the fractional, this unit has 0.2 parking spaces to it, stuff like that. It's just not feasible for, a lot of safety reasons like other people are saying. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash.
Althea?
Hey there. So as some of you know, I spent a lot of time in Chicago. I spent many years there after growing up here and then coming back. So I read through Brishore's proposal really thoroughly. And I was really pleased to see that they have worked with a lot of Chicago's nonprofits that I have a lot of respect for, like one of the most respected mental health provider nonprofits in Illinois. They partnered with on a supportive housing development. So I was really pleased to see that. I think that they are an excellent choice, but I don't think that necessarily means they're the right choice for this project. I would love to see them develop other properties here in Eureka, but I think that, considering the investment and the time and the familiarity that the We Out Tribe has already put into this, I think the We Out are the right choice for this particular proposal. Again, I would love to see Bristol do some of the other properties in the city. And then I'm going to reiterate again, it is not the city's responsibility. It is not my responsibility as a taxpayer, as a resident of Eureka, to provide parking for Security National's employees. If they have 164 employees, then there's no way that we can provide 164 parking places for them. Most companies provide their own parking. As such a big landowner, Rob should be able to do that. So go on ahead with this project. Having people living in those apartments, keeping an eye on the street at night will make the neighborhood safer because they won't just be abandoning the neighborhood after 5 o'clock. As was stated, they will be working families, so they will be at work during the day, not taking up the parking places in Old Town. They will be at their jobs. Some of them may be able to walk to work. I had a neighbor who had to move out of Eureka. She's a chef because she couldn't find affordable housing for her and her children. She would be the perfect person for this apartment building because she would be close to all the restaurant jobs. Again, I do think that the We Out Tribe is the right choice for this. But I still think that Brist Shore is a very good choice. So yeah.
Thank you, Althea. Do you see anyone else?
Lulu?
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, council members, for the opportunity to address you tonight on this topic. I first want to just express my strong support as a community member for the conversion of these parking lots into housing. This is exactly the type of project that Eureka needs in order to not only comply with its housing element, but also address the housing crisis that so many of our neighbors and community members are facing as a renter. I have struggled to find affordable housing in this community, and these are the types of projects that I know we need to keep longtime residents and also new folks who want to invest in our community able to stay securely housed. So I thank you for moving this process forward. I'm also here to express my strong support for Dishkama Humboldt Community Land Trust. I've had the immense pleasure and privilege of working with the Dishkama team as a consultant, supporting them through a grant, through a 5-year strategic planning process. And in that journey, really got to understand the incredible values and vision that they bring to housing development in this community. And I think we are so lucky to have a mission-driven, nonprofit, tribally led housing developer who wants to take on big, important housing projects in our community and is already doing that today. And this opportunity to use housing that is, or land that is city owned, to build housing and allow the tribe to take the lead and to use all of the resources that they have access to, and to also use it as an opportunity to build their own capacity and reinvest in our community seems like an opportunity that's too good to pass down. And I want to just reiterate a point that's been mentioned before, but just really put a fine point on it, because I've been working in housing policy for the last 8 years professionally, is that you can make a lot of money off of building nonprofit housing in this country right now. And so for-profit developers have figured out how to make that work. But how amazing to have a developer in our community who's going to take the profit and experience of this project and immediately reinvest it in local housing opportunities and in bettering our community by building their own skills to do future projects, but also using the profit that they gain from this to build their team and to reinvest in our community. So it feels like a total win-win to not only use the city-owned land to build tribally led housing that is for the full community, but also to build the capacity of an institution that will give and give again to our area. And I've seen their 5-year plan. I know their visions for generations to come. This is not a 55-year commitment. This is a 7-generation commitment, and we are so lucky to have them. I hope that you make the decision tonight to allow them to develop this property. We would all be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu. Do you see anybody else?
Melody?
Good evening. My name is Melody, and I'm an Indigenous woman. I'm here today to strongly encourage you to choose Dishkama's proposal for this project. I work in Eureka and consider myself to be a community member. Of course, there's room for improvement in Eureka, but I really love it, and I think this project with Dishkama's support is going to be a really big benefit. And it would be extremely powerful for the city of Eureka to return land to the Wiyot tribe by choosing Dishkama to complete their first new housing project. Dishkama's proposal also provides the most units in order to address the housing crisis that so many people have spoken about today. It's important to me and many other Indigenous community members that the city show support for local tribes and tribal economic development. And there always needs to be improvement of government to government relationship between tribes and local governments and state governments. And by choosing this proposal, I think it would be a huge step towards honoring that relationship and improving it. And also wanted to mention that Native Americans suffer from high rates of homelessness and substance abuse. So it's important that the city choose this proposal that most effectively addresses these issues in a culturally sensitive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody.
Jessica?
Hi, this is Roy Gomez. I've been a business owner in the city of Eureka for over 20 years now. I'm also a commercial property owner, and I currently have a business in in the city as well, and been a resident of the city. And I am 100% in agreement that affordable housing needs to be provided for those that are in need and other people that have the necessity to have, whether it's low income or mid income. I am in support of citizens for a better Eureka, and that it should be done in another location, especially, if there is alternatives, they should be considered, if not obviously voted on by the people and to decide. I think there does need to be more parking downtown in consideration of businesses, as well as influx in hopeful tourism and other things that people are working on and should be. And but I do feel that one of the things that we've been doing is sounding the alarm in the ethics department of civics here, and making sure that ethics are considered in any scenario. When there's been a rescinded code of ethics, and that really would have given more guidance, but unfortunately it was buried for years, and then it just recently was rescinded. And I do feel that it's important to consider where conflicts of interest lie. And if Leslie, Mario, and Katie Moulton are Ink People affiliations, the Ink People also hosted and funded and cooperation with Cooperation Humboldt, who David Cobb is, I guess he left that position now to spearhead these kind of businesses. So, but I think it's important to understand that they're artist dismantling capitalists symposiums that they've been hosting for 4 consecutive years, basically planning and role playing how the city of Eureka would look in a post-capitalist utopia. I think it's important to know that there's conflicts of interest that occur when any 3 of those people vote, especially if they're voting. This is not to discount the Wiyot tribe. I respect the Wiyot tribe very much, obviously, and all indigenous people. But I feel that ethics in those circumstances need to be considered, as they should in every role of government. And unfortunately, this council has been very unethical. And if they're going to vote to overturn who's been picked, I think that there's a conflict of interest there, and everybody needs to consider that, being that they've hosted, funded, and been a part of the same.
Thank you, Roy. Your time is up, but thank you for being here. Do you see anybody else?
I see no one else.
Okay, so seeing no one else, we're going to bring it back to council for
Emily.
Hi, Emily. Welcome.
Hi there. Hi there. I saw Whitney trying to raise her hand as well, but I'm also a member of the team that is recommended by the staff report. And I just want to say, we responded to this RFP with no knowledge of who else was going to respond, but we hear loud and clear some of the input that we heard today, and we really respect whatever decision is made today. Totally respect everything that we've heard today and whatever decision is made.
Great. Thanks, Emily. Do you see anybody else, Shannon? Is there anyone else?
No, I see no one else.
Okay. There's no one else on Zoom that would like to speak?
I see no other hands raised.
Great. Okay, so with that, we'll bring it back to council for comments and a motion. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
First, I want to thank everybody who online as well as in person has been willing to take time to answer questions and explain things, and I feel like everybody bringing this kind of just this level of dedication. So I just really appreciate that. And I've been sitting here jotting down notes, while everybody's been talking. And I think, first thing is
as I've been sitting here, I've been thinking this is kind of a good, better, best thing. I think sometimes when we're looking at things, there's a clear, like, this isn't a good plan or this isn't a good proposal. And I think this is one of those situations where we have a couple of very excellent proposals, and I think, but different. And something that really strikes me, as I've spent time going over these, and I appreciate, and I apologize, the name will not stick in my mind. Brenshaw. Please forgive me. Brenshaw. I think it is a really lovely, I think, proposal, and I feel like they have this just a really. I don't have necessarily an issue with people from out of the area working in development as well. Here, I think we want to kind of just get these things moving forward. However, in this case, I feel like, looking at this, saying that we're perhaps considering going against staff approval, I just don't want that to have an impression that we're not respectful of what staff has put together or what they've gone over. But rather maybe perhaps that our rubric or our matrix is maybe not perhaps taking into account some things that need to be taken into account, and that may be where the flaw is at. And I don't want to belabor it, make everybody listen to me give a big long speech, but I think that we have perhaps a flawed way that we're measuring things. And I think with the Wiyot Tribe, I feel like what we're looking at with their project is more of community building. And typically when we're looking at housing, we have it's very commodified. And commodified housing is part of what's landed us here in this situation to begin with. And I appreciate that with the tribe's proposal, that what we're looking at is more of community building and not so much commodity building. And I think that has an overall different impact. I think the connection within the community is different as well. And so I personally strongly favor that proposal for that reason, for this project.
Thank you. Did you want to make a motion?
I could make a motion. I'm not sure exactly how I would do that since I don't have the language in front of me, but
I can just say that the recommendation on this first page of the agenda item would only need to be changed to declaring the Wiyot Tribe rather than Eureka Community Partners.
Okay.
And otherwise you could follow that language identically.
Okay.
And I just want to mention that part of it is finding the project itself, the development of the housing, exempt from CEQA under an affordable housing exemption in CEQA. And our analysis that we wrote wouldn't be impacted other than changing some of the explanation in the project description.
Which we can do, no problem, based on a motion that swaps out the Wiyot Tribe for Eureka Community Partners.
Okay, so I apologize. This that I charged all day is not letting me in for some reason, and so we're on here without glasses. Okay, so is it under the?
Do you want me to pull
resolution?
up? I can pull up the PowerPoint.
Can
for
you give me the senior citizen font size, please?
Yeah. Okay, so from current slide. Can you see that?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I can see that. We'll talk later. Okay. So you said for me to do this, I just need to say adopt a resolution and then substitute out the name of it. Okay. So it'd be so my proposal here, adopt a resolution declaring Dishkamu Community Trust. Is that the full name?
Dishkama Humboldt.
Dishkama, pardon me. Dishkama Humboldt, the preferred proposer of bid number 2023-21 affordable housing projects on city-owned properties, 2 parking lots at 5th and D Streets and 6th and L Streets. Request for proposal RFP, finding the project to develop affordable housing sites at sites City 4 and City 5 exempt from CEQA, and authorizing the city manager to proceed with a memorandum of agreement.
Second.
So we have a motion.
Unless there's a conflict of interest.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have further comments? Councilmember Castellano first.
I think everyone wanted to second that, at least on the, we're all keys, just so folks know, for the record. I just want to say, firstly, thank you to everyone who's spoken tonight. And, you know, looking at the metrics, I do think in the future it would be great to include a community benefit metric, you know, moving forward in terms of impact and capacity building in the community. I would love to see that moving forward. But even without that, I do feel that once I researched Travois and their experience, I do think that it actually compared very well to Brenshore and their experience looking at the staff and the different people who are on board and their years of experience. So even without that change in metric, I would still feel very comfortable with moving forward with the Dishkama Land Trust approach. And I do want to welcome Brenshore to the community. I know that they've been working with the Eureka Housing Authority on the repositioning project, which is going to be a difficult and complicated project. And so I just appreciate what I'm already perceiving as, you know, a thoughtful approach to engaging with the community and being here. And, you know, I do think that this will build capacity in the community and also, you know, be part of this exciting vision that the city has been very honored to partner with the Wiyot tribe since my time on council. And just to those who are confused about conflicts of interest, I would love just to point out a few things from the FPPC website, you know, in terms of disqualifying. It's really about financial interest and financial benefit, of which nobody here is financially benefiting from this, and none of us are employees from the tribe, you know, and there's really 5 types that result in disqualification: business entities, real property, income, gifts, and personal finances. Just to, you know, I know that's been brought up a lot lately, so I'd love just to alleviate any questions about that for anyone who's in the public who's unaware of how the FPPC regulates that. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. I also want to thank everybody who came to speak on all sides of this issue. And I want to thank staff for including, very specifically for including the specific income numbers. I think people have a skewed idea of what low income means, and just the idea of a family of 4, so 2 adults and 2 kids making a total of $83,000 qualifying is, that's medium, but 65,000. You gave the correct numbers, and I'm really grateful for that, because I think just showing this as working class housing, which is what it is and always has been, is really important. Mr. Cobb said that the Wiyot are leading the way. When I heard about the return of Tuluwat, I thought Eureka is leading the way in trying to heal, trying to move forward. And I think Eureka should continue leading the way and in partnership with the Wiyot.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you. Yeah, so many great things were said. And I just wanted to point out, though, that, you know, the approach we took, I don't think is necessarily flawed. I mean, we approved of it, right? The RFP process, the committee, how the committee interacts on, empower the committee to look at these and objectively score them. So it's not flawed. It's just that I think there's other values, right, that the community has that was abundantly clear tonight, about partnering with our tribal brothers and sisters. So I'm hopeful that we can, see a project happen relatively quickly. I spent considerable amount of time at Cal Cities, talking to representatives from 482 cities about housing. And excuse me, there's a struggle pretty much universally with cities in California to build housing. And that's a fact. I mean, that's all we heard for a couple of days is, can't build it, can't find the funding. So we're all challenged by that. And I hope, that the decision we're making, I feel like, the community support's there. But we still face a lot of hurdles. And I hope, in the next, 5 years, 330 units. I hope we can do it. That's a concern I have, is just the capacity for us to do this in a quick fashion. And we're not alone in this struggle. So with that, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate all the various people that propose for these projects. I'm sure we got a couple of really good ones there. I appreciate the committee that review the proposals for their hard work, and want them to know that it's not they did a good job, and there's just other values that the community sees that should be incorporated, and I hope we do that in the future. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
So close, yes. Thank you. There are times we should look out of the area for experience and expertise. I can't speak to the why or how the first refusal process didn't work out. However, it is on us as council for approving the RFP and inadvertently not including any language or questions about community benefits, as it's already been stated, or with tribal partnerships. Those are things to consider for the next round. From my perspective and from what we've seen, there's none more community oriented than those present in the room today. And so Dishkama keeps the design and the work local and have a presence here. And I think, as it's been stated, since time immemorial. So thank you for that. I think we know with any of these developers, none of the funding is going to be guaranteed. However, Dishkama doesn't make any request for capital subsidies from us. And I've learned recently from a previous employer, at least, how often funds are set aside from both state and federal government for tribal projects. And so you have my confidence that this is going to happen, that this is a project that's going to move forward. And for anyone that has issues with my political ideology, you're welcome to reach out to me, and keep in mind that there's an election in 2026.
Thank you. So with that being said, usually I don't say anything, but I'm going to today because I feel like this is a great opportunity to move forward, depending on how we vote. I don't know how we're going to, I have an idea, but what I want to say is I really appreciate the graciousness of Brynshire. I really appreciate you, Emily, and I hope we get to work together because you seem like a really honest, fabulous, intuitive person, and I appreciate that. And I just want to reiterate that, when we work together to return the island, we work together to return the island to the tribe. One of the reasons for that, and one of the reasons it was for free and for fun, is because it's an amends. It's not just giving land back. It's an opportunity to make change in a positive direction and to heal our community. And I so appreciate this opportunity to continue and to carry on in this way. We now have a 2x2 with the tribe, which is going to be a great opportunity to continue to build on our business and our personal relationships. And I am just so thankful and grateful that we have so many people that are engaged in our community and willing to look at things that are very difficult in a very, I'm going to say it, civil way. I'm just blown away by this last discussion. Thank you so much, everybody. Please vote.
Councilmember Bauer.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. We are going to take a at least 5-minute bio break. We'll see you. We'll see you in a few minutes. Appreciate you still being here. So we are going to reopen the council meeting with H4 parking improvements with Public Works Director Gerving.
All right. Give me just one moment here, Mayor and Council.
Oh, While you're getting ready, Director Gerving, if we could have an extension of the meeting, a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to, what do we need now? Another hour? Another half hour? Stop. Well, do you want me to do it twice? Till 10 o'clock. Mayor, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Okay, we need a second on that.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Councilmember Bauer,
Aye.
unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you, friends. Director Gerving?
All right. Well, there we go. Sorry for the delay there. And good evening, Mayor and Council. Here before you tonight with an update on parking in Old Town and Downtown. It's been a while since we've been in front of Council with this topic. Last year, there was an update from Special Projects Manager Scott Elsmore and one of our consultants from TJKM. I'm kind of last minute taking this process over from Scott. Unfortunately, his last day with the city was a couple of weeks ago. He's moved on to Caltrans. Our loss, their gain. Very happy for him and for them as well. And hopefully it means other good things for the city in the future with our ongoing partnership with Caltrans. In any case, some of the key topics we're going to be talking about tonight include signage improvements, time limit and pay, parking modifications, a pilot employee parking program, and other future improvements. All of this went before the Transportation Safety Commission on May 9th, and they voted unanimously to forward staff's recommendations to council and adopt everything as presented. So what's the goal of the parking changes? First, we want to make sure that we're better managing our existing parking resources, improving the utilization of those resources, and then improving access to them as well. This all stemmed from the parking study that was completed in 2021 and into 2022. It was completed in June of 2022 and included the entirety of the old and downtown districts. And it was a partnership of TJKM and the city's engineering and planning divisions. It included surveys, stakeholder meetings, presentations to both the Transportation Safety Commission and the City Council. The findings and highlights were many. Without its appendices, the parking study document is 42 pages. Just the very upshot is that despite concerns that we hear about all the time from motorists and others, there is currently an adequate supply of parking in the Old Town and downtown areas. If you look at the graph on the left-hand side tracking the years that were included in the survey, 2016, 2017, 2019, and 2021, the overall utilization of the roughly 3,100 parking spaces in the study area are well below the 85% threshold that's considered sort of optimal for parking. If you're using less than 85, if you have less than 85% occupancy, you're considered to have an oversupply of parking. If your utilization is 85% or above, you kind of have an undersupply, and you need to look at what can we do to create more parking or maybe have fewer vehicles around, encourage some mode shift so you have more pedestrians, more bikes, fewer cars, that kind of thing. On the right-hand side is an occupancy table that shows at various times of the day during the study years what was the average occupancy of all the city lots in the Old Town and downtown area and the on-street parking. It ranges from roughly 51% up to 71%, so never gets tremendously high. There are individual lots that do have higher occupancy rates than that, but when you look at all of the lots and all of the spaces as a whole, the rates are still below that 85% threshold. The study recommends a suite of improvements, including improved parking lot and wayfinding signage, and increased public awareness of the existing parking that's available, the modification of time zones throughout the district, the implementation of a pilot employee parking permit program, marking on-street spaces better, doing some on-street paid parking zones as a pilot project, and then other parking lot improvements like striping and surfacing, a shuttle program, and then some more robust improvements to the 3rd and D gravel lot. Some of these we're going to be talking about tonight, and some of them we're not. The signage improvements are currently in progress. We've ordered the signs, waiting for them to come in. They will be going up, and basically we're looking to provide better signage at each lot. That's what's depicted here. These will be the same round Eureka Old Town signs that we have, that we've had for a while. And then as well, wayfinding signage to better direct motorists to those lots. When it comes to on-street parking space markings, there are already some of them. This is on F Street in Old Town. And when we pave Old Town this fall, the intent is to expand these marks to other areas within Old Town just to kind of better delineate the parking. It helps to better define the roadway as well, and hopefully increase the number of vehicles that can park on each block face. Looking at the time limits and paid parking modifications, here we have the existing parking controls or time limits in the Old Town and downtown area. This is basically the study area, and you see we have a mixture, mostly 2-hour restrictions. We are also showing red zones or no parking areas on this map. We have a smattering of 1 hour, not very much of it, a little bit of 30-minute and some 12-minute, but it's kind of all over the place. And in looking at how this parking is utilized, really the parking restrictions don't make as much sense as they probably could. The proposed map, which would be adopted by resolution after the ordinance that's before you is ultimately adopted, should council move forward with staff's recommendation, this map would be a whole lot simpler. We would have a lot of 2-hour zones, similar to what we have now. There would be 4-hour zones, which are a new type of zone in the city. And then there would still be some 30-minute zones, mainly by the courthouse and by City Hall, just to make sure that customers that are using those facilities have some short-term parking on street that they can utilize pretty easily. The other thing that's depicted on this map is the modification of a few of the Old Town lots that are currently free parking. Here it's shown at 1st and E, at 3rd and E, Clark Plaza, and 2nd and H. Those would become paid lots, just like the other ones that are already colored orange on this map. The employee permit parking pilot program is something that is seen as a way to encourage employees of downtown businesses to park in city lots for longer duration stays. Try and get them out from in front of businesses so that those are available for visitors, and it improves access for employees to park for longer periods, and like I said, has more availability in the 2-hour zones. Some of the conditions of the draft program are shown here on the left-hand side. It would be eligible, those who would be eligible include employees within the Old Town or downtown district. We need documentation from the businesses, indicating who their employees are. The permit would be for a specific driver with a specific vehicle, and it would allow them to park for free during the pilot program period in any of those city lots, whether they're free lots or paid lots. Right now, the idea is to cap the number of permits issued during that 6-month pilot program to 200. That number is somewhat flexible, and I think we can play it by ear after the pilot goes into effect. That can all be done at a staff level and doesn't require a council action. There's a chance, while that permit program would be no fee during this 6-month initial phase, that at some point, if a permanent permit parking program is adopted, there could be a fee to help increase revenue for the parking program. But right now, we don't have a recommendation on that. Staff's recommendation is to implement the program, see how it goes, and see what, if any, fee might be acceptable in the future, or whether the program should stick around at all. Some of the future improvements that we're talking about include on-street paid parking zones. This is something that hasn't been in the Old Town or downtown area for quite some time. All of these areas would be 2-hour parking based on the new map, and looking to increase turnover, increase revenue that can be then put back into the parking program to fund parking lot improvements, to fund other on-street improvements, things of that nature. Again, we're not doing this tonight. We're going to come back after monitoring some of these changes with the zones, with the tick marks, with the permit program, and with the changes to the lots, see how those work, and then come back with a recommendation in the future. Again, ongoing maintenance of the parking lots, and in the future, a free EV shuttle service that would make a circuit between the city-owned lots, get people right to where they need to be. So staff's recommendation is here in front of you. It's a little bit different than what's in your agenda summary, but basically it creates those 4-hour zones. It revises the municipal code to adopt parking time limit changes via map and resolution, as opposed to a text description and an ordinance each time. And then ultimately it implements it. Ultimately we'll implement the changes to public parking, including those time limit modifications, increasing the existing parking rates, the permit program, and then changing those 4 lots to paid parking as opposed to free. So with that, I'm available to answer questions, and again, staff's recommendation is at the top.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you, Director Graving. Could you bring up the map again, please? The link I have in the agenda is not working. I have not seen this. Thank you.
I should note, and I forgot to cover this when I was talking earlier, that when the Transportation Safety Commission saw this map, there were some commenters who requested some changes. They were not incorporated into this presentation, but they will be incorporated into the map that ultimately comes before council with the adoption of this ordinance if it moves forward tonight.
Okay. This doesn't include any, it doesn't appear to include any 1-hour parking zones?
Correct.
Okay, so that's not part of what we're talking about. I see the sign changes are ongoing and not part of this, but I didn't realize that we're doing the same signs. You're doing this, like the circle with the P in it?
Correct.
Can we change that to be something clear? From like Eureka P Old Town is not clear. Nobody knows that's a public lot. Everybody avoids those lots because they think they're private lots because they're not marked. This does not solve the problem.
So the thing that's new that's being added are all of these public parking with the P in the circle. That's a MUTCD, or Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices sign for. Thank you.
Good, well done. Thank you for clarifying the alphabet soup.
So that's a universal symbol for parking, and these public parking signs directing motorists to the standard signs that we've had is what's planned to be implemented. The reason that we went with these signs is that we do already have them, and basically that means that we can just add to what we've got as opposed to tearing everything out and replacing it with all new stuff.
I can appreciate that, and these are clear. They're the wayfinding, the direction signs to point people to the lots that say the words public parking. Like, that's great, but at the lot it just says, it doesn't. This is the complaint that I'm getting all the time. I've been confused by these for years. Everybody I've talked to has been confused by these signs. Eureka P Old Town does not say free parking. There's only one of those per lot, right? Can we just add the word parking or free to the existing sign? Hang it off there?
I don't know that staff has heard that concern before, but hearing it now, I think that is something that we can look at adding to the existing signage. If you can envision, and I'm not going to draw with my fingers in the air here, but if you can envision what these signs look like, there's a hoop that goes over the top of this circle. You have 2 posts that go down to the ground below it. I think it'd be easy enough to add a rectangular sign below this round one that says public parking.
That would
that's pretty simple.
That would be very helpful, I think. And I realize that's not part of what we're discussing, but I think that would solve some serious perception issues. And I would like to see the pilot program with permits for employees. I really appreciate that. I think it will have the effect we're hoping for, which is to get people who are parking all day out of the turnover spots we want to save for customers. But I would love to see that codified as remaining free after the trial period, because I'm afraid that we're going to end up with a parking permit situation that works well, but ultimately ends up being paid for on the backs of like the working folks working in Old Town. I used to work for a business where they they paid for our parking for us. And the fact that these are available makes that possible. But I think that there's plenty of businesses who would just not opt to pay for their employees. And ultimately we'd be causing a problem for the working class folks who work in Old Town. So that's my 2 cents. Do the signs that aren't part of the thing we're talking about, please. And if we could work out making the employee permits permanently free.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember Moulton. I had a similar concern. I was going to ask what the estimation of the permit fees might be after the 6 months. And do you have a general idea?
We don't right now. Yeah. What we have to look at is, okay, we have a certain occupancy rate that was outlined here in that table, and what revenue could be recognized by having that occupancy rate, at a certain rate per space per hour, and compare that to sort of the guaranteed revenue of a parking permit that's issued, a certain number of them that are issued every year. And that actual, that actual revenue that we can recognize as compared to the theoretical revenue of the anticipated occupancy percentage. We haven't done that analysis yet. We want to see how this trial period goes and how many permits do we issue. Once they've been issued, how much are they actually utilized? The other thing we don't want to do is issue a bunch of permits and then have people not actually use them and then take up space, take up capacity in the overall parking system that can't be used by other people. So those are the things that we have to look at, and we can't do it until the pilot's in place.
I'm generally supportive of that notion of keeping it free moving forward. I guess I'm curious too how it's going to work, at least in this trial period, for potentially 200 permits. Not saying it would happen, but we have Security National who says that they have over 200 employees. Are they going to get all 200? Or can any place just say, I've got 8? How is it going to work?
Those details haven't really been fleshed out completely. We do have some guidelines there. We have talked about that, and we'll have to figure out. That's one of the reasons why the 200 number is somewhat flexible.
Okay.
At this point, how many people are going to want them? Where can they use them? Those kinds of things. Keep in mind that the overall number of off-street public spaces is 700. So we don't, 691. So we don't want to tie up too many of those with these permits. We want to still have them available for other people who do not have permits.
Thank you. And I had a few questions about the strikeout language. Can you explain why we're adding Saturdays?
That's basically because of a conflict between the existing signage and the existing regulations. So we're trying to make things consistent, and adding Saturday into the language in the municipal code makes things more consistent with what's out on the street.
Okay, I understand wanting to keep that consistency, but I feel like it's also another one of these approaches where we're kind of punishing people who wouldn't otherwise know, or even on the weekends when it's like we finally have some time to ourselves, but now I have to pay for the parking in downtown. And so is it going to harm us in any way if we just say that we can keep Saturdays as they are?
Well, it would certainly decrease our revenue. Mm-hmm. If we have parking fees or parking time limits that are not in place on Saturdays when we do have a lot of visitors in Old Town, that would be revenue that we would not realize.
And do we have an idea of how much revenue we might gain?
I don't have
With
an
the
answer
addition of
for that. We'd have to really delve into the details of the occupancy rates on a day by week basis, and I don't have that now.
And then this is my last one. Why are the hours not 9 to 6 and not 9 to 5, 9 to 5:30 when people would more traditionally be getting off of work?
That's a really good question that I don't have an answer for. That's what it's been, and we're not recommending any changes.
Okay.
I would be curious to know if that's not because many of the businesses in Old Town stay open till 6. Some of the shops, that kind of thing. Councilmember Contreras-Deloge.
Well, first, I noticed the tick marks going into Old Town. And so I'm really appreciative of that because I know that we had businesses down there that have been saying we really want to be able to use this space better instead of having, and that does, you know, studies have shown that kind of like helps with people kind of having some guidelines. And so I'm glad about that. And then, you know, I was thinking one thought is just permits being perhaps preferential to like the low income workers. Did we already talk about that? I don't really want to necessarily, well, anyway, maybe if we're going to do any permit waivers or things like that, where we kind of I'm just concerned about people that need to park all day that make very poor wages. So that's just something I would like to maybe discuss that. And then I just had a philosophical thing. I just read something recently about it's called, I think, like the high cost of free parking. And so keeping in mind how expensive these lots are to maintain, and also to maintain technology and meters and that kind of thing, that they really are losing propositions for cities. One of the things I was curious about is there is like I feel like I've used this word too much tonight, so let me come up with something better. Like there's a calculation, and it's I guess like a widely used calculation, and I'm wondering are they still considering doing the bump from only 15 cents an hour to 50 cents an hour? Because I had seen that somewhere in our paperwork, and if so, I think I would just encourage maybe we could look at perhaps that calculation that's being used in some other areas. It's like based off of like square feet and available space and peak usage and that kind of thing instead, which is higher than 50 cents.
Right. Yeah. Staff's recommendation of 50 cents right now is because it is closer to an appropriate charge for parking. But at the same time, we realize that it's a significant increase from what people have seen historically in Eureka. So we want to balance those two things, like what's the expectation and then what's actually appropriate. That's one of the reasons why what's before council tonight includes some flexibility in the future, that at a staff level, obviously as adopted by council with the fee schedule on an annual basis, that parking rate can increase incrementally over time without amending the ordinance, without a bunch of other changes, based on utilization, based on revenues and needs for those revenues in the parking system. So that's something that we do see probably changing in the future, but to start with 50 cents per hour seems like a reasonable place to start.
Thank you. I don't want to sound like I'm advocating for gouging people for parking. I just, in looking that up, I'd seen that they have kind of this way of calculating it, and I thought we're obviously like really below kind of how some of them are, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I think that's a really good suggestion.
Councilmember Bauer, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just had, and Councilmember Contreras-Deloge, she kind of asked a similar question. Basically, I mean, you go to Monterey and it's, I think it's a quarter for 10 minutes or something. So I get, getting the increase there. And maybe my question, Director Gerving, is, did we look at kind of comparable situations? As long as we're covering the cost of our maintaining our facilities and whatnot, I think it's fine. But just wondering if 50 cents is, at the median or something considerably less.
I don't have all those numbers in front of me. We did do some analysis of it. 50 cents is going to be low compared to other areas that have had, higher paid parking rates for quite some time. I think that locally, 50 cents was recently adopted in Arcata, if I'm not mistaken. So, like I said before, staff's belief is that that's a good place to start for now, and we can look at changing it in the future if warranted.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this matter? Welcome again.
Hi, Deborah Dukes again. I strongly support metered parking, and I'm wondering, I don't know much about parking meters, but I do know that in many places where I've traveled, they have what I think are called dynamic parking meters, where you can change the programming to charge more for, say, Arts Alive, or somewhere else where there's strong demand for, I'm not part of the Ink people, where there's strong demand for parking. Also, at the risk of, well, first acknowledging that you need to cover the expense of maintaining parking lots, I'm going to switch hats to my 350 Humboldt hat and point out that transportation is the single largest greenhouse gas problem nationwide in California and in Humboldt County. And so with the idea of perhaps discouraging driving a little bit more, if we ever get the meter rates up past 50 cents, maybe a little bit of that extra could go toward pedestrian and biking infrastructure and support, rather than supporting more greenhouse gas emitters. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michelle Cartledge, and I'm one of the owners of Humboldt Cider Company, so I have a business downtown, and just had a thought as far as talking about employee permits. It could be something to touch on, not passing the cost necessarily to the employees, but to the business owners. Just when we do our business license, it could just be part of the permit fee. So, we have to state how many employees we have, and then we could either be charged for all the employees, or say the X amount of employees would need parking passes. And I don't know if that would be limited to certain areas, or if it's just open to all of the downtown or Old Town areas, but just a thought for how to get cost from them, parking permits.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one here, is there anyone on Zoom?
Althea?
Yep. So I actually missed that transportation safety meeting. But I did want to ask if we're talking about doing like traditional parking meters where it's like two boxes on top of a pole, or if we're looking at like the fancy digital things where it's like I don't know, it's like a newspaper box and there's like one on each side of the street per block. I'm very pro public transit and biking and alternative transportation, but I'm also against like privatization of public parking. They did that in the city of Chicago like 20 years ago, and it has been just a disaster for the city. It's been a disaster for taxpayers there who don't even have cars, just because the parking is owned by an LLC, it's operated by an LLC. So I just wanted to kind of encourage keeping the public parking publicly owned and publicly operated versus anything that's like a privatization or an outside vendor.
Thank you. Do you see anybody else?
I do not see anyone else.
Seeing no one, we will come back to council for comments, a motion, and a vote. Councilmember Castellano.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this forward. I'm excited about paid parking. Partially because I do think that, you know, if we're to make responsible environmental choices, we need to actually, you know, acknowledge the costs of the choices we're making with driving. I do think it would be cool to reach out to Humboldt Transit Authority. There's been a lot of changes there, and maybe promote, you know, like bus ridership and things as this rolls out. Or, you know, I'm like, maybe we could do some bike giveaways or something fun like that, just to make it like a fun experience. And yeah, and I appreciate that this is the first part of a longer plan. I do like the idea of getting meters that we can adjust the rates more flexibly as we think about, you know, moving forward. And also, though, I definitely have read some about I think the Chicago model is like what not to do with parking, basically. You know, so I definitely appreciate keeping it publicly owned by people in Eureka. You know, and I guess the question maybe I have is just like, are we able to make the, you know, there's going to be some infrastructure investment in terms of implementing these parking meters, and so just what are the costs of that? And you know, I know that, you know, the fees will pay it over time, but yeah, just could you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. So yes, you're correct. The parking fund functions something like the utility funds, where you know, the revenues from the parking program cover the expenditures necessary to maintain those facilities. Right now, we're not making the revenue that we need to, and so the general fund has to make up the difference. But one of the things that staff anticipates with increasing the parking rates is a better ability to pay for the necessary projects, and in the future, additional projects that we can't contemplate. We are, first off, the ordinance that's before you tonight does allow for dynamic parking rates for adjustments based on demand, basically. It doesn't say those words exactly, but the language that's there allows for it to happen. And we are planning on using central pay equipment rather than individual meters. It's, you know, you have fewer pieces of equipment to maintain. And yes, we do have to work with an outside vendor just to be the you know, that entity in the cloud that unit talks to, and then we get the revenue from it. So there is a relationship there with a vendor, but it's not like they're the ones who are being paid for the parking or anything like that.
Thank you. Yeah, and I look forward to hopefully participating in the pilot program, or, you know, working with, hopefully some of my coworkers will participate. And, you know, I love the idea of a pilot program just to try it out, see how it works, maybe be able to make changes. So thanks for a nice long time period for that too. With that, I will move the City Council waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce Bill number 1028-CS, an ordinance of the City of Eureka amending Eureka Municipal Code chapters 70 and 72.
A second.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, please vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
That vote? Oh, right.
We need to extend the meeting again.
It's getting very late. So it's 10 p.m. And so we're going to need to extend our meeting.
Mayor, I'd like to move to what? You want to do it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just.
Mayor, I'd like to move to extend our meeting to 10:30. We don't have to use it.
Second. I second it. Great. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Bauer.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Great. So actually for this evening, we are going to move two report and action items. The waterfront Eureka plan public review. You can tell it's getting late because let me try that again. So waterfront Eureka plan public review draft will be put off until our next meeting, as will our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan final report. Those will be coming back, which moves us to the very exciting news about our Herrick Overpass Gateway with Director Asbury.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Okay. All right, tonight I am bringing before you our Herrick Overpass Gateway project, and I'm going to give a little bit of background about what we're talking about tonight. I'm going to talk about the budget. I'm going to talk about the phases. I'm going to talk about our RFP process, and then we're going to talk about our top 3 proposals. And I'm also going to talk about our public poll, the art and culture recommendation. But what I'm looking for from City Council tonight is for you to pick one of the top 3. So at the end of this presentation, I would like you to select one of the 3 to be the artist for the Herrick Overpass mural. So the Herrick Overpass South Gateway has been a topic for years now. This is a project that was really championed by Marion Brady. It was part of strategic visioning back in 2017 and 2018. It was also one of our items in the strategic arts plan. It's kind of like this pie in the sky. It was like the last project in the strategic arts plan of, if we could make this happen, we'd love to make it happen. So this is something that we've been hoping would come to fruition for a while. And last year we had this opportunity with Caltrans. They approached us in the Eureka Street Art Festival, and they had this Clean California grant money, and they really wanted to paint the 4 pillars under the Samoa Bridge. And so the Street Art Festival and Caltrans partnered. We did that project. It went really, really well. They were really happy with it. And we started talking about, like, well, if we could do more projects together, what would we do? And staff pitched our fantasy project of the Herrick Overpass as a gateway. So it worked out that Caltrans had money for this project to go forward. And I just kind of want to clarify that this is happening during the Eureka Street Art Festival, but this is really a specific, like, City of Eureka Caltrans project. This is a gateway into Eureka, and it's a big deal. It's a more formal process than the Street Art Festival. And so that's why it's going through this process. So this whole project is being funded by Caltrans. They are using Clean California grant funds. They're contributing $225,000 for the mural. $55,000 of that is going to the artist. And then they're contributing another $100,000 for landscaping. The remaining money from the mural funding covers equipment, it covers traffic control. It's going to be painted at night. We're going to have to close down 1 lane of traffic at a time. It's a really big deal. You're painting over a freeway. So this project has a couple phases. The phase 1 is happening this fall. It's the mural and the landscaping. And then phase 2 is going to be the signage. I just want to mention that the signage that's included in this proposal are in the request for proposals. It was really just a placeholder, and we'll do a different process for the signage. We got a lot of feedback on the signage, and so we'll do another process on how the signage will turn out. But we just wanted to put something in there that the artist could understand what we had in mind. So because we needed to spend this grant funding quickly, we had a really quick turnaround time on our RFP. So on June 7th, we released the RFP. We did a round of questions and published an addendum. And then on June 23rd, the proposals were due. Then the selection committee, we packaged up the proposals and we sent them to the selection committee, and they ranked them and reviewed them. And then the selection committee met and really decided which top 3 proposals they wanted to move forward. We then did a public poll on the top 3 proposals. I'm going to talk about the public poll. We went to Art and Culture. We had a special meeting of Art and Culture so that they could have a recommendation for City Council. And here we are tonight. And then tomorrow we're going to be awarding the contract. And painting is going to begin July 28th. The prep starts on the 24th, so I think this is really exciting for Eureka to do this public poll and vote on a mural, and then actually see it a few weeks later start to actually be painted. So for our request for proposal process, we created a web page on the city website. We did a press release. We did social media posts. We tagged different arts organizations in those posts. And then we also created an online submission portal so that international artists could apply if they were interested. A lot of times our RFP process, it's like you need to bring in things to City Hall, and so we wanted this to be all digitized. And then we had a 15-person selection committee. So from the Board of Supervisors, we had Natalie Arroyo and Rex Bone. From Caltrans, we had Julia Peterson. She's our Clean California coordinator. Representing Arts and Culture, we had Marnie Atkins, our Wiyot Tribe Cultural Center Director. She's also an Art and Culture Commissioner. We had Susan Block-Welliver. She's the chair of our Art and Culture Commission. She's also an artist. We had Michelle Cartledge. She is representing Eureka Street Art Festival and the co-owner of Humboldt Cider Company. And Jenna Katzos, also representing the Street Art Festival and owner of Pen and Pine. And then Jemima Har, Executive Director, Curator of Humboldt Arts Council and an Art and Culture Commissioner. And then from our business community, we had Larry Doss, who's the owner of Ming Tree Realty and the chair of the design committee of the Eureka Main Street Board. Kate Newby, property manager for the Bayshore Mall. Nancy Olson, president and CEO of the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce. Jack Reiki, owner of Schaefer's Ace Hardware, representing the Henderson Center Merchants Association. And Gary Stone, owner of Humboldt Bay Inn and representing the Eureka Lodging Alliance. And then Jennifer Eddy from Eddy Alexander also joined our panel, and Scott Elsmore, our transportation project manager. So we received 35 qualifying proposals, which was shocking compared for how quickly this all happened. It was really exciting. The proposals were sent to the selection committee for scoring. They met and they talked through them all, met for an hour and a half talking about them, and really narrowed it down to 3 that they were really excited to move forward. The selection panel was focusing on 2 things. They were focusing on experience. We really wanted to have confidence that whoever was chosen would be able to pull this off. And then the actual rendering itself. So the 3 proposals that were moved forward, I've worked with all 3 artists, and I absolutely have confidence that all 3 of them are able to complete this in the time frame. So on that note, the top 3 proposals are Carl Avery Studios, Honeybrush, and Lucas Thornton. So I have all the details of the proposals. Those are also in your packet. I don't know that you want me to actually read all of that again. I'm getting a head shake no. So I will fast forward to the renderings, and then if you want to talk about them more, we can. So this is Carl Avery's rendering. This is what it looks like over the overpass, or on the overpass. And then part of our public poll was asking for feedback, and we got a lot of feedback, and it was in the packet. It was 98 pages of people giving comments. And so I created a word cloud. I know this is very cheesy, but I wanted to be able to show you the gist of what the comments were for each proposal. So this is the word cloud for Carl Avery. And then this is Honeybrush's submission. And this is it on the overpass. And this is their word cloud. And then Lucas Thornton. This is Lucas's submission. You can see it on the overpass. and Lucas's word cloud. So are you good with me moving on? Or you want to look at any of that? Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. So part of our process was doing a public poll. So after we chose our top 3, we sent out on July 3rd a public poll, and we closed it on July 7th. For our poll, we did it in Google Forms, and you had to put in an email address. So we were able to see if anybody did a duplicate entry, and we were able to remove any duplicates. After we removed the duplicates, we had 5,972 votes in 4 days, which is insane. People are so excited about this. So 65% of the votes were for Carl Avery Studios. 12% of the votes were for Guardians of the Salt Marsh by Honeybrush, and 23% of the votes were for Lucas Thornton. In addition to our poll, the Lost Coast Outpost also did a poll. We don't know if they do anything about duplicates or any of their data, but they had similar results to ours. And then this all went to the Art and Culture Commission. So the Art and Culture Commission, they have recommended Carl Avery as the winner of the art for the proposal to City Council. They also made a recommendation that we don't ask the artist selected to make changes based on the feedback, that we give them the feedback, and if they want to make changes based on it, they're welcome to, but that we don't ask for anything specific. That especially with the time frame, asking an artist to integrate all that amount of feedback would probably be really overwhelming, and so just this is what people voted on, and just to accept it as it is. So from here, tomorrow we will award the contract. We will also start prepping the overpass on the 24th. Hamanaka is going to be power washing and priming the overpass for us. And then after the mural is painted, they will go back over it and seal it with a UV graffiti coat. So because this is a big project, this isn't going to happen again likely. So we want this mural to last for as long as possible. And then it starts to get painted during the Street Art Festival, July 28th. So here's some suggested motion language for you, and happy to answer any questions.
You're not excited, are you? Okay, Councilmember Moulton.
Do we have public comment on this? Is there, so, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't make a motion right now, is
No.
all. I don't have any questions.
Okay, Councilmember
So close.
Fernandez.
I'd heard that we're pushing off at least doing the Welcome to Eureka portion. Did I hear that correctly? I support that. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Bauer?
No, it's very cool. Just excited about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, no further comments. We'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item? There's a lot of hand clapping going on in the back. They're very respectful. They're using their clapping hands. Civility, we love it. Thank you.
I see none on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Moulton. Comments and emotion.
I'd like to move the Eureka City Council approve, was it Carl Avery as the artist for the Herrick Overpass mural project, coincidentally the one I voted for.
Second.
Okay, any further comments? I can't see you, Scott. No.
You're muted.
No further comments.
Okay, great. Then please vote.
Councilmember Bauer.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Great. So can we all get up and do a happy dance?
Congratulations to Carl Avery.
Okay, I know that was not appropriate, but we're all very excited. All right. So moving on.
You Street Art Festival people can finally go home. Good job hanging out.
All right, so moving on to city managers reports. Future agenda items, thank you. don't function well after 10. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I do not have one because I anticipated that this was going to be a rather lengthy meeting. So if you guys have any questions about anything that's pending or pressing, just let me know. But I look forward to your council reports.
We appreciate you. So moving on then to council reports in 13 minutes or less. Councilmember Moulton.
I have no travel to report. I did want to say that my shop is right next to where Friday Night Market is, and boy, it's been packed, and it's really great. I was leaving. I kept getting people coming by, and I thought I was between where they were parking and the festival, but then I was leaving, and I realized that they're all just walking from like Midtown Eureka. There's just dozens of people walking down to the market, which is awesome. Walking to community events. It's awesome. Great. Go to Friday Night Market. Get out and play day. And, of course, the Eureka Street Art Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano.
Okay. I continue to work on housing and host a weekly housing working group meeting. Attended the Eureka Main Street meeting, the Humboldt Transit Authority meeting, put on a site-specific art festival, and I think it's out there in the community, but Dan Burden is coming to town to do a walkability session. He's a national expert on walkability. Sunday from 11 to 1 is a walking tour meet at the Mataket. He's doing it at other places outside of Eureka. And then Monday, July 24th from 6 to 8 at the Wharfinger. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer.
Oh, thank you. I did have, well, first of all, I've been enjoying Friday night markets. I just can't believe the amount of people down there. It's been awesome. I did have some city related travel. I attended the Cal City's board of directors meeting. When was that? Thursday, Friday. And I think I'll save, if you don't mind, I'll save it for next meeting because there's a lot to talk about, a lot going on with bills and housing. And I think I'd like to take some more time then. I know it's late. So that's cool. We'll talk about it next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
I realized I deleted my calendar and I'm trying to remember all the things I did. I usually keep a little running tally of what I'm doing. So just meeting with local people, following up with different things, chit-chatting with, I feel like I got a lot of phone calls especially the last 2 weeks. And so just a lot of talking with people, meeting with the public, trying to pop in on meetings that I want to sit in on and have better understandings of, and I just cannot remember anything specific right now, but I swear I am busy and working all the time. I promise.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez.
Very similar to Councilmember Contreras-Deloche, reaching out to, or at least communication from constituents, attended the last few Friday night markets, which have been fantastic and packed, and then of course ran into some of our city staff. I think it was during July 4th, right? Yeah, saw a few of you there, and so that was packed, and it was great to see the number of people from our town, let alone out of town, there and celebrating. And we had our first 2x2 with the Wiat tribe, and so that was fantastic. We talked about potentially bringing back or working with, coordinating at least somehow on bringing back the elders dinner.
Elders dinner.
Elders dinner, and some other issues around, or not issues, but just some other ideas around ways to collaborate. So that's what I've got.
1, 2, 3. I got everybody. Great. Well, thank you for those of you who have stuck around this entire meeting. We totally appreciate you. You must love our city as much as we do. We're adjourned.